Prova. Sa. Prova. Prova. Sa.
of the Euro-Mediterranean region. It has 34 founding and associate members.
Sa. Prova. Uno, uno, due, tre, ok.
Autorità, gentili ospiti, è per me un grande onore e piacere presentare per l'inizio dei lavori il nostro anfitrione. Sembra ieri quando ai tempi del generale Jean, direttore dell'allora CEMIS, varcavo queste maestose soglie. Da allora moltissimo è cambiato, artefice l'alto ufficiale che ci ospita. Invito quindi ad aprire i lavori per un saluto al podio l'ammiraglio di squadra Giacinto Ottaviani, presidente del CASD, Scuola Superiore Universitaria, e successivamente destinato ad Astra. Grazie.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome here to our Center for Higher Defense Studies, CASD. Our center today is both a traditional high-level military education center and a brand new university. In fact, a few days ago, the Italian Minister of University and Research, along with the Minister of Defense and Minister of Public Administration, signed the final decree which classifies our center as a university. So in this new dual particular role, we are committed to providing high-level courses to both civilian and military leaders from Italy, NATO, and friendly countries. Here at CASD, we train leaders who will hopefully be able to overcome current global challenges. As an education center and as a university, brand new university, we are heavily involved in many European Union and NATO education programs, such as the NATO Defense Education Enhancement Program, aimed at increasing the cooperation between the Alliance and North Africa, and many other EU and NATO courses, strategic courses, to military and civilian people, all courses mainly focused on the concept of common defense and security. Today we have the pleasure and the honor to host this important event, and I welcome you all. This event was organized by CASD along with the NATO Defense College Foundation on the occasion of NATO's 75th anniversary. This event is mainly meant to analyze some challenges that can affect and threaten the alliance. Therefore, today we will deal with some themes that have strategic relevance, themes that are part of our, as a center, education center, of our DNA, and themes that are daily covered by our professor, and one of these is our lecturer, Professor Daniela Herrera, who is our permanent professor of international relations. Today we will also deal with themes that are of national and NATO interests in terms of common defense and security. Common defense that is increasingly threatened by many external factors, such as countries that make international balances unstable. Now I don't want to take up your valuable time, therefore before leaving the floor to the President, Ambassador Minuto Rizzo, let me take the opportunity to welcome you all again, and thank you for being here, and thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this event on a special anniversary and on a future perspective, including a strategy for the South that is very important in an Italian perspective. I am delighted to be here at the Centro Alti Studi della Difesa among friends and competent people, and I like to thank the Admiral for his kind hospitality. And a warm welcome, of course, to the speakers, the moderators, and to the public for being here today in a very hot day, summertime in Rome. So we appreciate that. So why today and why on this subject? We are accustomed to universities, but this has a special meaning because the Atlantic Alliance was born 75 years ago, and it makes it the longest civilian military alliance in history, which is a lot. A project with an historical dimension to put together Europe and North America, what was called the free world, the most relevant democracies. The ambition of this endeavor goes well beyond military affairs. The preamble of the treaty states that the alliance is established to promote the stability and well-being of the North Atlantic area, its people and its partners. Today, the alliance counts 32 members and has survived successfully through various generations, the Cold War and a number of operations. The transatlantic bond has worked well, proving that Europe and North America are a winning ticket. Americans, Canadians, Europeans have acted together, becoming fully interoperable and able to confront any challenge. The present international scenario, ladies and gentlemen, is very different from the traditional one. And this is the occasion, and that is why we are here today, to reflect on the current state of affairs and to find some guidelines, if possible, to look at the future. We live in a fragmented world with new actors, dangerous non-state entities, starting from the Russian aggression to Ukraine, the bloody, never-ending war in Gaza, the attacks in the Red Sea, the tensions in the Indo-Pacific. More than ever, the international community needs security providers. This is what we discuss today with a spirit of respect for different opinions at a scientific level and looking at these problems with different angles. We are honored, I feel personally honored, to have the best possible speakers and moderators as it is in our tradition. And also I'm very happy to meet here old friends from NATO 20 years ago or more. So they took the pain to come to Rome for this event, I thank. The first panel will focus on issues concerning NATO, now with 32 members. I think that it must remain a relevant political actor, but it should not lose in cohesion. A new Secretary General has been named, and defense also, we have to say, has a much larger meaning than it had traditionally. The second panel will take into account the external dimension, and we have to reinforce this. The formulas of the past can help us, but we have to look at a different future. Speaking from Rome, as we are here, I think that North Africa and the Middle East need a special attention, and they are very close to our hearts. 20 years ago, we founded the Mediterranean Dialogue and the Istanbul Cooperation Initiatives, designed as a two-way street and focused on concrete projects. In recent years, this cooperation has lost visibility, and time has come to revisit them. The Council has been tasked to do so, and I hope that the South should be a priority again. Finally, today we'll have two leading defense industries presenting their priorities, and defense industry is more important than ever. I thank again il Centro Alti Studi della Difesa. I mean, for the second time, it's really a pleasure and an honor for me. The NATO Defense College, our traditional partner and brother, the Hans-Heider Stiftung, the International Council on Environmental Economics and Development, the Compagnia di San Paolo, Rheinmetall Italia, Leonardo, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, as well as our media partners, AGI, Agenzia Nuova, and Difesa Online, and I thank you for your attention.
Your Excellencies, colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, buongiorno, and welcome to this significant celebration of the 75th anniversary of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. I'm extremely happy to be here and presenting NATO today. Today, we stand together not just as allies, but as steadfast partners who have shared 75 years of strategic cooperation, enduring peace and mutual respect. We gather here to reflect on a journey that began in 1949, when our nations committed to safeguarding the freedom and security of all its members through political and military means. It is a testament to NATO's foundational principles that, despite various challenges, we have thrived and adapted to an ever-changing global landscape. The world has dramatically changed since NATO's inception, and yet the alliance has remained a cornerstone of international stability. Our ability to evolve and respond to new threats has been nothing short of remarkable. From the Cold War era to the challenges of today's global environment, NATO has stood unwavering in its commitment to protect democracy, promote stability, and maintain peace. As we look to the future, let us reaffirm our commitment to strengthen our bonds and continue our cooperation. Together, we will face any challenges that come our way with the same courage and unity that have been hallmarks for our alliance for the past 75 years. As we stand together today, we are not only reflecting on the illustrious past of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, but also looking forward with anticipation to its dynamic future. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, the role of NATO remains indispensable in fostering global stability and peace. In the years to come, NATO will continue to innovate and adapt to the new challenges that face our world. From cyber threats to the effects of climate change, our alliance will expand its capabilities to address and mitigate these risks. The integration of cutting-edge technology and strengthening of cyber defenses will be paramount in maintaining the security of our member nations. Furthermore, the expansion of our partnerships, both within and beyond our current borders, will enhance our collaborative efforts and reinforce our collective defense. Strengthening our ties with global institutions and emerging powers will be crucial in promoting worldwide peace and stability. So, as we prepare for the future, let us recommit to the principles of unity and collective defense, principles that have guided us through past challenges and will light our way through future uncertainties. Together, we will ensure that NATO continues to be a beacon of hope, stability, and security for all its members. Thank you so much to you all for being here today to honor this milestone. Your presence reaffirms the strength of our partnership and the enduring value of NATO in our lives and the lives of future generations. Let us proceed with confidence and determination towards a secure and prosperous future for all our nations. Grazie.
Members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Hans Seidel Foundation, I'm very pleased to welcome you to this auspicious occasion. I'd like to thank all high-ranking international experts for finding the time to celebrate NATO's 75th birthday with us in this wonderful city on the eve of the NATO summit in Washington. I'd also like to thank our outstanding partners at this conference for their cooperation. First and foremost, the NATO Defense College Foundation, under the leadership of Ambassador Minuto Rizzo and Director Alessandro Politi. Thank you so much. The head of our foundation's office here in Italy, Ms. Silke Schmidt, has informed me that you've been supporting the Hans Seidel Foundation, the so-called Fondazione Bavarese, for many years with your valuable expertise. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank you for your support. Furthermore, it's a privilege to host this conference in this wonderful venue. Thank you, Mr. Ottaviani, for your kind hospitality. Unlike Italy or France, Germany is not one of the 12 founding NATO member states. Chancellor Konrad Adenauer signed the official accession of the Federal Republic of Germany to the North Atlantic Treaty in 1955, 10 years after the end of war. During the so-called Cold War, the Alliance territory would have been defended at the former inner German border. Germany was a frontline state, similar to Poland today. NATO is crucial for Germany and Europe as it provides a collective security framework, deterring potential aggression and ensuring stability in the region. For Germany, NATO membership enhances its national security, enables it to contribute to international peacekeeping and crisis management. Europe benefits from NATO's integrated defense structure, which promotes political unity, military cooperation, and the capability to respond to global threats collectively. While Germany has committed to increasing its defense spending to meet NATO's 2% of GDP target, there is still scope for improvement in reaching this commitment and enhancing its military capabilities. Given the current security challenges that we are facing, it is absolutely clear that all European partners, and Germany in particular, must take on more responsibility in the collective defense alliance. It is precisely because of this conviction that the Hans Seidel Foundation is supporting today's event. We've brought a prominent German expert to this conference, namely Thomas Erndl, Deputy Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee at the German Bundestag. Thank you, Thomas. You've got a very busy schedule. We much appreciate your presence. For those of you who haven't worked with the Hans Seidel Foundation, we are a political foundation headquartered in Bavaria in Munich. We are a hybrid organization that combines the features of a think tank, a public policy trust, or a private diplomacy institution. Our core values are embedded in our motto, in the service of development, peace, and democracy. We've been working in the international arena for more than 40 years and are currently involved in more than 60 countries around the world. 2 years ago, I had the pleasure of opening our office here in Rome, and I'm particularly pleased that we are now celebrating this important birthday together with all these excellent experts and partners under the patronage of the President of the Republic. Celebrating this anniversary is also an opportunity to emphasize the solidarity and the shared values that bind NATO states together. It reminds us that the security of one member state is linked to the security of all members. In the face of new and complex threats, NATO's role is more important than ever. Let us use this 75th anniversary of NATO as an occasion to renew our determination to work together for a more secure, stable, and peaceful world. Finally, I'd like to thank all the helping hands who've been organizing this conference and who ensured that everything will work smoothly. Thank you very much for your kind support. Thank you everyone for coming, and I wish us a successful conference. Thank you. Grazie.
Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I would like to convey to all of you the greetings of Leonardo Chairman Stefano Pontecorvo, who apologized for not being able to be present in person at this conference because he is now in Washington, D.C., together with the leaders of main defense companies of the NATO countries. I am very honored to represent him here today, also because Leonardo at the time Finmeccanica, is one of the founding members of the NATO Defense College Foundation, which organized this conference. I take this opportunity to thank Alessandro Minutorizzo for his friendship and for the great commitment he has made in favor of the Foundation overall this year, and to greet Alessandro Politi and the whole Foundation staff. Since the end of the Second World War, the defense industry and the Atlantic Alliance have shared the common path to guarantee stability and security to the West and the world. On this journey, they helped each other grow and adapt to the times and new situations that presented themselves on the world stage. The defense industry, thanks to continuous technological developments, has contributed substantially to ensuring the updating of the operational capabilities of the armed force of the alliance member states, making NATO capable of dealing with various and multiple crises that have occurred one after the other over time, thanks to the technological superiority of its military instrument. This is also confirmed today in Ukraine, where, thanks to the weapon systems supplied in the year... Thanks to the weapon systems supplied in the years following the Russian invasion of Crimea and to a much greater extent after the invasion of February 24, 2022, a much smaller nation managed to resist successfully what was considered the second largest military power in the world. On the other hand, NATO, by proposing increasingly stringent interoperability requirements necessary to have a uniform albeit composite military instrument, has pushed the defense companies of the member states toward greater and more effective industrial collaborations and sharing of technologies. This stimulus has been very useful in encouraging the appropriate level of cooperation in a very competitive context, where private companies rightly seek to acquire advantages in terms of innovative products and market shares. The right balance between competition and collaboration is essential to have a defense industrial base in the West that is capable of beating competitors at the international level and that at the same time developing supranational programs that individual states could not carry out on their own. NATO and Leonardo are in fact contemporaries. We celebrated our 75th anniversary just last year. It can be said that we together went through the second half of the last century, facing the Cold War, the end of the Soviet Union, and the bloody conflict in the former Yugoslavia, and the first quarter of the new century, which began with the 9/11 and the war on terrorism, and continued with the global economic crisis, the pandemic, and now Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the dramatic October 7 with the consequent war in Gaza. To some extent, we can say that we grew up together. NATO has gradually welcomed the new members, becoming more and more European with the progressive entry of the countries that left the Warsaw Pact and finally Sweden and Finland. Leonardo, from a conglomerate of national companies operating in very diverse sectors, aeronautics, defense, transport, energy, electronics, has become a high-tech multinational company focused on aerospace, defense, and security. In these 75 years, the paths of NATO and Leonardo have crossed several times in the field of programs and technologies. Over time, Leonardo supplied NATO with most of its air and missile defense radars, developed the NATO computer incident response capability for alliance cybersecurity, created the satellite ground segment on European territory, actively took part in the 30-year Alliance ground surveillance program. However, to be meaningful, anniversaries must not so much celebrate the past, but rather reflect on it to build the future. At the last year Vilnius summit, there was broad consensus within the alliance on the need to maintain a technological edge over adversaries. To this end, NATO has recently equipped itself with a couple of tools to promote and develop the development of emerging and disruptive technologies by industry, the NATO Innovation Fund, NIF, and the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, DIANA. The aim of these two initiatives is to promote cooperation between traditional defense industries, dual startups, and venture capital funds, and to finance the initial developments of emerging technologies of NATO interest, including artificial intelligence, big data processing, quantum technologies, autonomy, new materials, energy propulsion, and space. Leonardo is on the very same page regarding these objectives. The 24-28 industrial plan just presented envisages the strengthening of the core business thanks to investment in research and development in highly technologically intensive areas, such as digital continuum, cloud, computing power, resilient broadband communication, security by design, and artificial intelligence. The events of recent years have led many European Union member states to increase their defense budget. Looking at the overall defense spending of all NATO countries, the contribution of European countries increased from 27% in 2021, before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, to 32% this year. The process of consolidating common European defense has also received a significant boost. The European Union is implementing a series of initiatives to support research and development and innovation activities in the defense and security sector, to standardize operational requirements, and to harmonize military procurement at a national level. This process, if continued effectively, could promote the integration of the defense industrial base within the European Union, improving its efficiency and competitiveness. The strengthening of the European pillar of NATO, also from an industrial point of view, is very important in an international context of great uncertainty, in which even democratic institutions struggle to manage nationalistic impulses and populist protest. From one side, a more solid and compact Europe of defense will help NATO carry out its role as a guarantor of common defense. On the other hand, a modern and reliable European defense industry will offer NATO the tools and capabilities needed to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. Thank you, and enjoy the conference.
Va bene. Senti, questo lavoro lo prende calma. Sì. Sì, tutto fino a tutto settembre. Va bene. Ok, ciao anche a te, ciao.
Welcome to this first panel, which is dedicated to the political and strategic challenges. My name is Daniela Herrera. I'm a professor of international relations here at CAT, and I'm delighted and honored to have this chance to discuss about this very relevant topic with such distinguished speakers. As you can see from the title of the panel, we are going to discuss the first relevant challenges that NATO is going to face in assessing, in celebrating this anniversary, obviously, but also assessing the relevance of activities made until now and what is expected to do in the near future, as all speakers who have already presented have told. So the world is extremely fragmented, and we are experiencing changes in security at all levels and changes in war and warfare at all levels. And we are also experiencing threats, security threats coming from states, obviously, but also from non-state actors, including violent non-state actors that may be extremely unpredictable. This means that NATO is going to play a relevant role in the future, but also we need events like this and obviously the upcoming Washington summit for discussing on these upcoming threats and also for debating new capabilities and resilience capacities for improving this political role and also political consensus. So I'm going to have the pleasure to discuss these topics with four distinguished speakers that will obviously provide their invaluable contributions. So I'm delighted to introduce the four speakers. So we have Thomas Endel, Deputy Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee at Bundestag in Berlin, and Jamie Shea, Professor and Strategy and Security Institute at University of Exeter. And then also we have Amélie Zima, who should be online, connected with us, Head and European and Transatlantic Program, Institut Français des Relations Internationales in Paris. And also we have Vincenzo Camporini, former Italian Defense Chief of Staff and also the Istituto Affari Internazionali here in Rome. It's a pleasure to have you all. And it's a pleasure and a challenge for me to chair this panel because I'm going to start the first round of speeches, and as I was strictly suggested by the organizers, I will have to kindly ask to stay in 7 minutes for the first round, and I will also ask to check your time. So please forgive me if at some point I will check your time, and if you have the last remaining 2 minutes, I will inform you so we have time enough for a broader discussion with the audience. So thank you very much in advance for this, and I immediately give the floor to Thomas Endel.
Thank you, Professor Herrera, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Great pleasure to be here and to contribute to this very important event and discussion. NATO is the engine room of our freedom, and therefore it's important that we celebrate what we achieved, but also look forward and think forward what are the challenges ahead and how can we counter them. NATO's founding principle was to counter the threat and aggression from USSR, the communist Europe, the Warsaw Pact, but the end of the Cold War basically demonstrated that this core idea was successful, this core idea was effective. And we saw after end of the Cold War that most Central and Eastern European countries wanted to join NATO, joined NATO, because the Russian imperialism persists, is still a big challenge, or even the biggest challenge. And therefore, the idea of NATO is still up to date. The idea of NATO is still something which we need to spread, and the idea of NATO is still something we need to work on and make sure that it also is perfectly also matched to future challenges. As a matter of time, I'm providing 3 propositions. I think going forward we need leadership, commitment and political will, and we need to send signals of our strengths with no compromise, and that political will, that leadership, the commitment needs to be visible. We have challenges. We have countries like Slovakia, Hungary, Turkey, and so on, which are maybe not always fully helping to send these signals of unity, these signals of strengths. So if we have these challenges, it's more important that the largest members are sending these signals, and this is the US, where we have probably a challenge from November onwards. But since I'm from Germany, I also self-critically see that we need to contribute also to this strength proposition. So if our government says, well, we have Zeitenwende, we need to do more, we need to invest more, yes, that's all true, but this is also something which needs to be then visible in real life and real politics. So the words of the government do not always match the actions, even if we went a long way and we achieved a lot already, also considering our history and the defensive behavior in the past. But still, I think there can be more, but it's important to have really words and actions fully aligned. So leadership, commitment, political will. Going forward, NATO is not just a question of number of weapons, tanks, etc., but it's also a question on how we transport, how we show this strength, and therefore strategic communication is also key. We need to show our unity within each member state, of course, within the alliance, and within the alliance as a whole. And the internal messaging needs to emphasize that NATO operates as our insurance overall, and that is also requiring investment and further commitment. And that's really important to include in our future setup, that NATO needs also a strong presence in strategic communication within the member states, but also towards our external challenges and enemies. And then proposition 3, going forward, I think Ukraine's NATO membership is essential for our European collective security. There is no way in shaping a deal whatsoever which excludes Ukraine's NATO membership in the end. So I understand the reality is complex, and maybe it's not the time for this summit to provide further signals, but we need to really make sure that the path towards Ukrainian NATO membership is further strengthened, is further built on. Otherwise, we are jeopardizing stability and peace going forward across Europe, and therefore no compromise on that. In the end, all politics is local, but security, our fundamental security, is not a playground for populism, for in the end just doing what people prefer in that moment. Maybe it requires long-term sight, long-term stability, a long-term contribution from all member states, and therefore all really must stand firmly behind the NATO treaty and its values. NATO serves as our security insurance for all our member states, and therefore this is something which we need to also provide to our people. So we discuss now within the experts, we all understand how important NATO is, but do really people in all our member countries understand that? So yes, we in Germany have also regions where probably the people are not that convinced, and we need to explain more. And this is really a challenge going forward, seeing that in many countries we have populist anti-NATO parties are rising and having success at elections, and therefore spreading the ideas, spreading the word also towards the people is really crucial for the future of NATO and the basis really for everything we are doing on the political and on an expert layer. Thank you very much. I hope I met the 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Absolutely perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. And please let me, if I may, underline these two of the keywords you use, commitment and political will, which indeed cannot always be taken for granted. It is true that we need to communicate rightly to people, but at the same time there is also a lot of political commitment on the part of states, which means on political elite, which cannot always be taken for granted. That's another point that we need to discuss. So thank you very much, and I now give the floor to Professor Scheer.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much for the kind introduction. 7 minutes is a difficult discipline. Normally, I'm still on my jokes routine after 7 minutes, which is what people normally come to listen to me for. But obviously, no time for that today. But I must thank Alessandro Milito-Rizzo for inviting me. He invited me many times during the COVID period to come to Rome. When it was a little bit like that song from the Eagles, Hotel California. If you were in London, you could check out any time you liked, but you could never leave or get back. So delighted that period is behind us and to be here today. When I was thinking about what to say today, I found myself rereading Shakespeare's Macbeth. And there's a scene from Macbeth where the ghost of somebody that Macbeth and his wife have murdered, Banquo, turns up at the coronation banquet and completely, of course, destroys the happy occasion. And the reason I quote this as an introduction is because I think as NATO looks to its summit in Washington tomorrow, there are sort of 4 presidents who are going to be sort of there. 1 in present, Zelensky, 3 in spirit, Trump. He still likes to call himself president. There, of course, is Putin, and there is Z. And like Banquo's ghost, these sometimes uninvited people are the ones that you need to impress most if you're going to be successful. So what would be a NATO strategy to make, for example, Zelensky smile more? Well, I agree that one of the key things, given that at this summit, NATO will not be able to give Zelensky a date for accession or a definition of the conditions to be met or a timetable. The key thing is that the alliance sort of develops a strategy for how it sort of solves this fundamental contradiction. That on the one hand, it cannot invite Ukraine to be a member during wartime, because that would mean a conflict with Russia. But to say that NATO can only join in peacetime gives Putin an incentive to prolong the conflict. So how do we find a way forward? I think secondly, what's going to be very important is that at a time when NATO finally, and I've called for this for a long time, is going to set up this command in Wiesbaden to take over the day-to-day coordination of the military supplies and the training effort. How does NATO make that a game changer in terms of ramping up the level of support from what we've had in the past? How do we reduce, for example, the 140 different weapon systems that Ukraine has to a much more interoperable, lower number where maintenance is going to be easier? The Ukrainian army is becoming tired. It's been in the trenches for 2.5 years already. How does NATO train up 500,000 new Ukrainian troops quickly and put them in the field? And how does the short-term effort, of course, of being able over this summer and autumn to repel the Russian advance and put Ukraine back in a strong defensive position, how do we transition from that to the longer-term effort of taking Ukraine into a military force which is totally Western equipped and Western standardized, integrated into NATO? I think there's going to be good news on air defense with the 7 Patriots, but also funding. How do we go from the current 40 billion annual funding level to a multi-year funding system, so that we really make this summit into the bridge to the future Ukraine in NATO that we're talking about. I think the summit will be successful if we can make Putin smirk a little bit less than he's been doing of late. And I think part of this is going to be able to demonstrate that NATO really is able now to defend its territory every single inch against any kind of Russian provocation. But clearly there's still work to be done. General Cavaioli last year in Vilnius came up with his regional defence plans. Many big exercises that Italy has participated in, like Steadfast Defender, have been testing NATO's ability to implement those plans. Every country now has its particular role and capabilities. But the conclusion from that is that NATO is going to need between 35 and 50 additional brigades, additional air defence, additional cyber defence, additional artillery, and the ability to process data. And so how do we translate that into a new series of force packages for NATO, which could be a driver for a new spending target to be adopted in the Netherlands next year of 2.5%? And to put less of a smirk on the face of President Putin, how does NATO, working with the EU, demonstrate that it's able to build up more resilience against Russian hybrid activities? If you look at the last year, there have been about 20 different types of Russian hybrid warfare campaign against the West. NATO, at least in Washington, will deal with one part of that, which is the protection of underwater maritime cables. When we look, of course, at President Trump, he shrugged his shoulders at the recent presidential debate when he was asked by Biden, would he be willing to keep the US in NATO or not? So how do we make Trump not shrug his shoulders in future? Well, one clear thing is, of course, the Europeans to keep up this effort they've been making over the last 2.5 years to integrate their defence and build up more European defence cooperation. Trump appreciates strength. And therefore a strong Europe is the best way for him to see the value of NATO. So in a way, contrary to what many people have said, European strategic autonomy is not the way to weaken the transit link, but the way to strengthen it. And I would very much hope that the new European leadership, when it emerges, will adopt the notion of Euro bonds to finance more the start-up of production lines in European defence industry, that it will carry on with the various programmes, particularly the new European Defence Industrial Initiative, opening up, for example, public financing from the European Investment Bank, reducing the very difficult criteria, particularly on environmental sustainability, which often holds up private funding in European defence as well. And it will continue to fund the European Peace Facility for assistance to Ukraine. I mean, after all, this can only strengthen NATO, and if the worst ever did happen, at least Europe would not be left defenceless. Finally, President Xi, how to make him look more friendly. Why President Xi? Well, because Putin's war effort in Ukraine is being bankrolled from Asia, not from Europe, but from Asia. According to the CIA, in a report this week, Russia is receiving 70% of its machine tools and 90% of its microelectronics from China. The nitrocellulose for the Russian weapons propellants for its missiles, most of its microelectronics, its microprocessors, and so on. The association between China and Russia is increasingly sustaining Putin's ambitions. We've also now got, of course, the incipient alliance between North Korea and Russia. The 11,000 containers that North Korea has so far sent to Russia total more ammunition than the entirety of what Europe and the United States have provided Ukraine over the last 2 years. This is quite sobering as well. Of course, the leaders of the Asia-Pacific countries, NATO partners, will be in Washington. But how does NATO increasingly link security in Europe with security in Asia in one common strategic picture? So I will end, Madam Chairman, simply by saying that I, as a NATO historian, and somebody like Alessandra, who spent many years working in NATO, would be delighted to celebrate all of the accomplishments of the 75 years up to now, many of which you helped to shape, sir, and I, in my modest way, helped to shape too. But it all means nothing whatsoever. The past is only secured by making the success of the future. and the next 75 years. And that's where I hope the Washington Summit will take us a step forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shia. And also, I'm impressed to hear that even peace times can be very difficult. And as a student of international relations, I usually prefer to study war times because it's easier for understanding how alliances can be made. And also, bandwagoning is much more easier. But then peace times can be very, very difficult. So now we go to the third speaker, who is Madame Zima, and she should be online.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hi. Hi. Thank you for joining us online. So I give you the floor. Unfortunately, even for just 7 minutes only for you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And sorry for not being in Rome with you. But it's quite busy times right now in France. So I've been asked to discuss the question of the European pillar of NATO. And first, I think that we should remember that there was no relationship between NATO and the EU during the Cold War, and that after the end of the Cold War, there was a moment of hesitation for NATO. Should it continue its mission and activity, or should it end all its activities since USSR has collapsed? And in the 90s, a link was institutionalized with the EU, and it was all the more interesting for NATO as it helped NATO in a way to be re-legitimized after the end of the Cold War, because it was to prove that NATO was still a relevant actor on the European security arena, a relevant actor because it can have new partners as important as the EU. At that time, people were talking about European security and defense identity, about combined joint forces, about capacities that were separable but not separate. There were also the Berlin Plus agreement, but really it all comes to barely nothing. It all comes to barely nothing, mostly also because of the relationship between Cyprus and Turkey. It makes all the relation between NATO and EU very complicated. And on the other hand, if we look at the EU, 25 years after the Helsinki summit, the European defense is largely a failure, and I'm not happy to say that. The European defense is largely a failure because, in fact, the EU has constantly, regularly lowered the level of its ambitions. At Helsinki, we are talking about 60,000 soldiers for every type of mission, including war. And now we're talking about 5,000 soldiers, mainly for capacity building. So the EU regularly lowered the level of its ambition. And also, we can add that the EU, in fact, fails to coordinate and to develop armed forces, but it has taken leading initiative to finance and to develop the European defense industry. And in fact, maybe we should acknowledge that European states do not really want to develop armed forces within the framework of the EU, and that EU member states, in fact, prefer to develop and to cooperate within NATO framework. So maybe it's no use to try for the EU to develop capacities to develop armed forces. So what could be done? The Ukraine war has shown that there are many capacity gaps in the European armies. And there is a necessity for the Europeans to work together, and there is a dramatic imbalance between European states. For example, 12 European countries do not have tanks. 14 European countries have no fighter aircraft. So it's necessary, in fact, to have a cooperation to have the necessary capacities. All in all, for tanks, artillery, ships, submarine, Europe as a whole has the capacity. But the problem is for the key enablers, like satellite, like tanker aircraft, like surveillance aircraft. And in Europe, the military expenditure are not that high for the whole Europe, the military expenditure are just above $300 billion, which is not much compared to the US, which spend $850 billion for defense. And so because European states do not spend so much on defense, there is a necessity to build cooperation. And finally, also, Europe should understand finally that there has been a change in the US grand strategy. And this change is not new, is not because of Trump, but the US pivot to Asia dates back from the Obama administrations. So 10 years on, the EU should understand that Europe is not the priority for the US and is not the priority since the Obama administration. And for European leaders should understand that and act on consideration. And finally, and I will end on that, there is also, if we talk about European pillar, if we talk about Europeanization, there's also the question of NATO commandments. And 3 out of 6 are led by American. I mean, Izmir, Ramstein, and Naples, not to mention Saccio. So maybe the Europeanization of NATO should also involve a greater role for Europeans in NATO commands, because also the US cannot ask for the European to do more without giving the European more important function within NATO. And I will end on that. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Madame Zima, for this very interesting reflection on the EU defense policy, which is indeed part of the debates and level of policymakers, but also on scholars, and is part of our research as well. So there are several political considerations that we can do, obviously, as for this failure, as you mentioned, the failure of the EU defense policy, the failure of a grand strategy on the part of the EU, which is still missing, and in several policy fields, but as for the one what we are considering today, which is defense policy, obviously. And also, it is clear that there are several implications on defense industry for member states, and so this is part of the discussion as well. So thank you very much. And now I'm delighted to give the floor to General Camporini for his contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to talk about the issue of NATO and the alliance in this specific anniversary. I would love to be optimistic, but it's very difficult to be optimistic today because we are facing so many problems, and Shia has very eloquently spoken about that. The point is that if we know the problems, we are likely to find solutions. But sometimes we hide the problems, and we have no solution for that. Let me start talking from capabilities. There are things which we can do, things where we excel, but there are things which we cannot do. We are unable to do it, at least right now. The first thing which comes to my mind is the production of weapon systems, the production of ammunition. Our industries are not very willing to step up the production of these items, probably because they do not feel that there is enough certainty about the funds available for that. And so they are not investing because they have no certainty about the availability of good economic results from their activities. And in our system, the economic result, the dividend for the stakeholders is the must. So we must do something about that, and it has to do with the problem of funding. The 2% idea, the 2.5, or well, it's something, but it is not the only thing, because it does not matter only how much you spend, but how you spend. And my personal experience has been that we have to improve our quality of spending, which we are not doing enough. And we are not doing enough because there are national priorities, the priorities for which each country supports its own champions, its own industry, with the result that we do not have interoperability. The point is that something is working on to improve interoperability, but we are missing interoperability. Think of the gun of the Challenger and the gun of the Leopard. The two barrels are different. They cannot employ the same ammunition. And this is something which creates an enormous problem for the operators, for the Ukrainians. Enormous. Funds have to do with the issue of burden sharing. But this is also a debatable problem because it is true US are spending the double, 3 times what many countries do in Europe. But I make also another consideration. How much of the European spending goes to American companies? And this should be taken into account. And this is a political issue. From the operational side, maybe it's a good thing. I was a fighter pilot on the Starfighter, which was common to most of the European countries. We were really interoperable. It happened to me that I had to land for a very serious emergency in Belgium. I parked my aircraft, and the following day I was able to take off again. This is not possible today. Maybe it is possible for some of the countries which today have the F-35. But commonality of systems is something which we have almost totally lost. And we have to not make progress, to remake it again. And then, just to end my remarks, a couple of issues. When I hear the expression European Army, well, I am a very strong supporter of European capability. I am one of the 4 drafters of the Helsinki Line Goal. But when I hear people talking about a European army, and I'm talking about political leaders, I'm not talking about the common people, my immediate reaction is asking this guy, well, tell me something about the NATO army. Do we have a NATO army? No, we do not have a NATO army. We have a NATO command structure to which countries provide forces in order to operate. And we can do the same thing in Europe. The point is that we have no political leadership. NATO can work because NATO knows what to do. European Union does not know what to do. We have an example today, a very small example, symbolic possibly, Operation Artemis in the Red Sea, where after a long debate, the European Union decided we had a problem, a common problem, which could be solved, tackled with European military forces. And so it was decided that under the European flag we could have ships sail into that area and operate in order to take care of the problem. This is just a very small example, but it is the example to follow. And I think that not very many consider this approach. And finally, let me be very blunt, political cohesion. It has already been said that in these very months, days, we have problems with some of the NATO members. the problem with Hungary cannot be overcome, cannot be overlooked. And I'm very surprised that politically nothing happens beyond some statement, while I believe that there are some means to convince the Hungarian leadership that they have to change their attitude. Just an example. In Hungary, we have the air base of Papa, where we have the NATO strategic lift force. Well, we could easily tell the leaders in Budapest that the siting of this base can be changed. I hear nothing about such an approach. No pressure on the countries which put in danger NATO solidarity have ever been taken. And I think that we need a political will to do so. And maybe this is not so much available. Thank you for your attention, and I'm sorry if I gave you a bleak vision.
Thank you very much. So you said so many interesting things. And, I would not say that they are pessimistic, but as a scholar of international relations, I would say very pragmatic, which can be different but more pleasant. But let me also just underline that you brought the elephant in the room, which is the European army. And so which is obviously something that is always in all events about NATO, in EU defense, but obviously it is something that is very complicated and difficult when it comes to state sovereignty, state defense, national aims and agenda, obviously. So thank you very much. So that now that we have the first round of speeches, that you have heard all your respective speeches, I would like to have the first round of questions. So listening to your speeches, my idea is that we are mainly focusing on three main issues. Let's say that they are very broad, obviously very big ones. So the first one is the political role that NATO will have in the future. So looking in the medium long term, let's say, which political role may we expect from NATO, and which changes will be produced in the defense capabilities and defense industries, and also how we may expect relations with partners and also other relevant political actors going globally can be. And so I kindly ask you all to pick those things you want, because now I cannot give you 7 minutes, but I was told 3-4, so let's say 4 minutes before opening the floor to questions. And I apologize in advance for being so strict, but I just followed the rule at the end. So I would kindly ask you to start with answering, if you can, picking those things that you think that can be more relevant and can be also told in 4 minutes. So would you like to start? Thank you.
I can start. Thank you. Level of ambition was already mentioned when it comes to EU. I think we don't have time to think about ideas going forward. Of course, European army, other European capabilities. It's all important, but I think we have to concentrate short term really on what can be realistically achieved, and on the national level we need to make sure the capabilities are there. I'm fully aware or fully in line with we need to spend our money better. It's not that little money we spend altogether in Europe in defense, but it's too fragmented. And so I think a commissioner who is helping to coordinate is something we should do. That's really very important on a short term to have a better interoperability in what we source. I mean, even if what we learned when we provided the howitzers to Ukraine, the Netherlands version and the German version, actually with the same name, are not compatible with each other. That's really crazy. So going forward, we need to really align on that. So do the things on a short term which can be done, and provide the political will and support to do that. So this is very important. Political will translates in the end into enough money. This is still important, and then of course get the best out of the buck. That's the next step then, and then all other things are thought to be later in my view. Partnerships, Indo-Pacific, Japan. I think it's a pity that NATO is not aligned on opening an office there. Again, this is all sending signals of weakness, and we need to really act from a position of strength. We need to send signals of strength to all our challenges, to all our enemies in the end, and that is absolutely crucial. So we shouldn't have debates on such maybe simple questions. I would leave it on that and provide also things open for that.
Many thanks. I think it's a great question. Very briefly, I would say for NATO that there is a kind of paradox here, because on the one hand, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has given everybody the impression of a sort of NATO come home, back to basics, collective defense. It's all about Central and Eastern Europe, a little bit like where we were during the Cold War, and about, obviously, what we were talking about, improving and increasing NATO's regional defense capabilities. But if you look a little bit further, Ukraine has sort of changed global politics as much as it's changed the situation in Europe between NATO and Russia. It's brought Russia and China closer together. I was talking about this. There's now an alliance between Russia and North Korea, including a nuclear dimension, helping North Korea to improve its own nuclear missile capabilities, all because of Ukraine. It's brought Russia and Iran closer together as well. And we've had the fallout in terms of the global south voting with us or against us in the UN General Assembly. We've had the fallout of the energy crisis, the global supply chain situation, food supplies to Africa through the Black Sea. So suddenly, if you're going to handle a regional crisis, you've got to handle the world at the rest of the time. And I think the first conclusion for NATO is military security and economic security, regional politics, global politics are coming closer together. And if you can't handle the broader hinterland where much of this activity is taking place, it's going to be difficult to defend yourselves in Eastern Europe. Secondly, and again I raised this, but when you've got global tension, your adversaries set out to destabilize you in myriad different ways, looking for weaknesses. We've had, telecommunications lines being disrupted, pipelines being disrupted. We've had accusations of fires being deliberately started. We've had an increasing cyber attacks. We've had disinformation campaigns. We've even had 22,000 civilian flights over the Baltic being disrupted over the last year because of the jamming of GPS signals. And there's now a case in the International Telecommunications Union under the United Nations calling on Russia to stop doing that. And of course, to handle this kind of stuff, you can't do it with NATO alone. You've got to have the European Union, the UN, the International Telecommunications Union, the private sector helping you with cyber attacks. You've got to look at civil protection, civil defense. We're building air raid shelters again in many countries in Europe. We're looking at reserve forces to help us deal with AI and cyber attacks. So suddenly you're going global geographically, and you're going horizontal in terms of the engagement of all of the society in security. And I think for NATO, those are two very, very profound challenges that it has to get to grips with, which will define the next 75 years as much as good military defense was the key to success in the previous 75 years.
Thank you. Madame Zimmer?
Yes, thank you. I think that what the recent events show is that NATO has once again become a relevant organization, and that NATO is considered as the main, if not the only, guarantee of security in Europe. And this is also demonstrated, as it had been said, by the enlargement to Sweden and Finland. But this enlargement also questions the unity of NATO, as two states like Hungary and Turkey have blocked the processes for months, and NATO really could not force them to change their view and their mind. But we must not forget that NATO's action remains limited because NATO is a regional defense organization, and it cannot manage all the problems created by war and by the war in Ukraine. And in fact, the EU is active and necessary for everything else, like refugees, like trade sanctions, like military training, and also the European Peace Facility. So NATO alone, the action of NATO alone is not sufficient, is not enough to deal with the war. And finally, the fact that the war in Ukraine is still going on should make us question the relevance also of NATO going into the Pacific, because can it really afford to do so? For some states, and mainly for Central Eastern European states, NATO cannot afford to do that, and NATO should focus more, should focus on Europe, and should stay really focused on Europe.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. General.
Well, the role of NATO in the future is, of course, similar to the role in the past. It's just to protect our way of living. But the point is that James Shear said the danger for our way of living has been increasing globally. Till the end of the Cold War, the threat was coming only from the east. Yes, was coming also from the south, but in terms of, I would say, cultural danger. But it was considered to be a secondary problem. Today, we are facing an increasing willingness by how they call it, the global south, to challenge our way of life. And I think that NATO should be aware of that and should not only focus on controlling the efforts by Russia, but they should take some initiative, very strong initiatives, in order to be able to be relevant to the rest of the world. Which does not mean that NATO should be ready to fight outside the conventional area, but to keep the type of relationship which enhances the capabilities of our partners outside our area to react. Well, this is something which should be done, and I think that something is being done, not enough, but let's consider the JICA program, which includes Japan together with UK and Italy. This came as a surprise, but it is a good surprise, and this has enhanced the cooperation between that part of the world and this part of the world. Today in Italy, in Sardinia, we have pilot students from Japan being trained together with other friendly countries within NATO and outside NATO. And this should be encouraged for sure. So this gives an answer also to the need to go beyond the borders, the traditional borders of NATO. But let me end with a final thought. What is power? Power is not only capabilities, power is a state of mind, because you need capabilities, but if you are not willing to use them, if you are politically unable to use them, well, the result is zero. Some political developments in Europe now provide us some feeble hopes that things will improve. What happened in France yesterday was significant, but we should reinforce the capabilities of our political leaders to provide the right arguments to the public opinion and not to let them in the hands of those who invade us with fake news and fake arguments. This is a different type of war which is taking place right now, and we should fight this war. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had a second very insightful round of contributions. So now we have time enough for a third one, so we open the floor and we collect questions. Please. We should have microphones.
Good afternoon. My name is Vesel Mehmedi, Ambassador of North Macedonia here in Rome, Italy. It's an honor and pleasure to be here among such distinguished panelists. I'm pleased to see Jamie here. I saw him in a lecture in Tetovo 20 years ago at Southeastern University. If you remember, I asked the same question at that time when NATO had difficulties engaging or not engaging in Iraq, if you remember. Now, not to take much of your time, I have one question for non-Italians, because the general here is an Italian and he's going to be subjective, but I have another question for him. But I would like from Jamie and for Andrew and from the other colleague that we have online, the theme of this conference by NATO Defense College Foundation, headed by Minuto Rizzo, Ambassador, is NATO Beyond 75. And if we listen carefully what Ambassador said in his introductory speech, that Italy is interested for NATO to be more interested towards the southern flank as much as it is interested for the eastern flank. Lieutenant General Nielsen would say, well, NATO should be more concerned of the north, and so on and so forth. So my question is, what would be the attraction force? What would be the political shock or even military shock in the south in order for Italians to be happy that NATO should be more concerned to take care on equal level towards the south as it does towards the east and towards the north, far north, and so on and so forth. So what needs to happen in order NATO Beyond 75 to concentrate even more towards the south, because as our friends Italians are claiming that there is a threat and a challenge coming from the south. And for the general, I'm not a military guy, and my apologies if my question does not respond to your knowledge, but you talked about that we don't have sufficient funds to produce ammunition, to produce weapons. It's my feeling that NATO has more spent money on science, on scientific projects, on scientific research. And do you believe that NATO will head towards that direction and lacking even more producing ammunition and funds and even soldiers? And we see what is happening in Ukraine, because they will concentrate even more on science, even more on drones, even more on something else, and we will be still left without production of ammunition and so on and so forth. So do you have any advice to NATO countries with regard to if there is a disbalance between science and field weapons, field soldiers, and so on and so forth? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Is there any question that we may collect two more? General Diella, and one more there.
Taking into account my previous experience in NATO, I was in NATO till September as a director of cooperative security in international military staff. I totally agree about the Stratcom. Because I remember when I was NATO, I was leading the NATO delegations for the NATO-Japan staff talks. I remember that the first message I sent to the Japanese CHOD, it was about Stratcom, talking about the office in the NATO office in Japan. I believe that, so totally agree what we said about partnership. Thanks to also Professor Herrera talking about this. I believe that we are missing maybe the most important news from the new strategic concept 2010 and strategic concept in Madrid. Cooperative security, crisis prevention and management, and deterrence and defense are working together. This is what to achieve the collective defense. So they are complementary. I believe that we are missing this because sometimes when I was in Brussels, sometimes it seems to me actually working, pedaling on a free wheels, waiting for some political will to do more with partnership and partners. So consider that again we are missing the most important innovation in the new strategic concept. The three core tasks are complementary. In your opinion, what NATO should do in considering more the cooperative security as a complementary core task to achieve the collective defense? Thank you.
Thank you. And there was one more question, please.
Well, my question, I'm Rafael Esposito, I'm the honorary chairman of the NIAG Industrial Advisory Group, which is the industrial group that supports NATO with the increasing capabilities. My question is very specific. It's not a general question, but it's very specific, as to do with Germany. When Mr. Scholz decided to allocate $100 billion to defense, we were a little bit disappointed how Germany decided to spend the first batch of money. If I remember correctly, went essentially to the F-35, which is, of course, well known, and we understand why, and also the beginning of a European program, so it's called by Germany, for air defense, including which was called the Sky Shield. Now, my question is, and I support General Camporini argument that we should try not to give too much money to other countries outside Europe. The Sky Shield was basically built on existing equipment and also was a research program. So it was a mixture of the two. And it was, at the moment, is funded by many European nations and is not funded by the EU, to my knowledge. So my question is, what is the reason in Germany for creating this system, ignoring in a way what France and Italy had available and well-tested systems, which I'm sure you know. Okay, this is all I wanted to ask, because to me is an important question of how European nations want to go forward at the NATO level, but using at the best our own technology and systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any last question? Okay, so we have many questions to answer, so I kindly ask all to make the last round of answers. So would you like to start?
I can start. So First of all, maybe I start in opposite order. European Sky Shield. I mean, it's always a question of, okay, working and debating, spending time to get the best and optimized solution. I complained about political will, which translate in not having enough money, etc., etc. So in this case, there was political will, there was money, and yes, it started as a national initiative, finding other partners and including other partners. So it's not the optimum, but we in Germany had really a lack of air defense, a comprehensive air defense. So I think it's a positive signal that we started closing that gap. And then you have always political questions. Israel, Arrow 3, I mean, it's definitely a good system. It's available. So we went for that. Then we have own developments, the IRIS system, which is also applied in Ukraine. And then there's the third layer, which needs to be developed. So overall, yes, you always can criticize why isn't that a common European achievement or a common European initiative. But the other question is, do we have time for debates on really finding the best and optimized solution, or is it also okay, maybe as an intermediate step, to go forward, push for solutions, and then later integrate it? I think in case of air defense, it's also possible to integrate many systems into one control and sense system. Apart from that, yes, the 100 billion, I guess, was a good sign. Now we see that the approach is too little. When we fight it against COVID, the granularity was always 200 billion. Maybe that would have been the right order of magnitude also going forward. Now we have a big debate on finding further funding, but I think, and you may have heard about our debt rules, in the end, it's a question of priorities and not a question of debt rules. So that is also a clear message. Then the other question was innovation. Your question about what are innovative ideas for comprehensive deterrence in the end. So innovation is a question of structures. It's a question of EU and NATO alignment in the end, but the innovation itself is also very important. I think the war in Ukraine today looks different than 2 years ago. The reports about how they use drones, artificial intelligence, etc., need to be considered. So we definitely need to invest more in that and draw our conclusions for what that means also for NATO capabilities and NATO deterrence. And then last question, southern flank. Well, it's not just north, east, south, it's also space. So we have a lot of challenges going forward, and the question is probably not what needs to happen so that we pay attention to that southern flank, but more, are we prepared for every case which we can imagine, and we have the proper preparation for that. I mean, NATO is brain dead. A few years ago was just not the right wording at that time, even because we just missed the developments we basically, or the Baltics and all Eastern European and Central European countries saw, and Russia, and somebody obviously didn't see it. So better prepare for everything in the end. Yes, setting priorities, but having really a full comprehensive approach in mind, and that includes also the eastern situation, not of course the eastern, but also the southern situation.
Thank you.
For my part, Ambassador, great to see you again. Thanks for remembering Tetovo. I must say, in 20 years, you have aged much better than me. Your hair is still brown. I can't claim that. Good to see you. Thank you. When it comes to the South, yes, I mean, the problem in any organisation is that it's always easy when you're dealing with one problem in one place at one time. But because something new happens, it doesn't mean the old problems magically disappear. I have, as a think tanker these days, I have to write articles every week. And last week I actually wrote one on keeping an eye on terrorism, because it's quite interesting that now nearly 90% of terrorist attacks are occurring in Africa. 90% of the victims are also coming from Africa, and in the wake of Libya and the collapse of the caliphate in 2017 in Syria, we see groups like ISIL and Al-Qaeda reimplanting themselves in the Sahel, in Mozambique, in northern Nigeria. There were suicide bombings in northern Nigeria this past weekend. And of course, they're going to take advantage of the enduring conflicts in DRC, in Sudan and elsewhere. And of course, we're going to face the criticism that we want African support to deal with our problems in the north, but we don't invest much time and effort in trying to help the Africans to deal with their conflicts. 5 million people have died in the Congo, 5 million in the last decade. Nobody really knows that. So I agree, don't take your eye off the ball, because these groups will eventually have the means and the resources to launch attacks in Europe. But we're starting from a bad position. Because we haven't invested. Russia with Wagner under its new name, China, but the UAE, the Saudis, many other actors, Turkey have also now taken out positions. And many of our old security partners, Niger, I saw that the Germans had this past weekend to terminate their agreement with Niger. The French have gone, the Americans have gone. So we have to rebuild our political relations and regain trust. How are we going to do it? Two things. First of all, we need people like Alessandro, because when Alessandro was Deputy Secretary General of NATO, he had the position diplomatically, but the interest to develop and build those relations. Now we don't have a Deputy Secretary General that comes from the south. I'm not saying that the person who comes from Romania isn't a great person. In fact, Mircea Genoa is a good friend of mine. But you see what I mean? You need leadership to rebuild those relations. Frankly, they were damaged after Libya, after the NATO intervention in Libya, and rebuild that trust. Secondly, three things. We need to learn the lessons of Afghanistan. We tried cooperative security and defense capacity building for 20 years in Afghanistan, and literally billions, if not trillions of dollars were invested in it, only to end where we ended 3 years ago. So how can we, if we have to do it again, do it better in a more sustainable way that doesn't end in tears? And I think that requires a bit of study. And the third thing I'd say is we can't just go in offering security, which doesn't really work any longer. I've been struck when people like Tony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, have been there, because everybody now is rediscovering Africa and the need to rebuild relations. When he goes, he doesn't just talk about military programs, he talks about schools, he takes the private sector with him. The latest thing is the American investment in this rail corridor across Africa. To open up corridors, because African countries trade more with us individually than they trade with each other. So it's got to be embedded in a wider narrative that, it's not just what you guys can do for us, it's what we're willing to do for you. So we need to think about it, but I completely agree. If NATO wants to be 360 degrees, it needs to think very much about how it can rebuild a viable strategy vis-a-vis Africa. And in any mature organization, the ability, as Linda Johnson said, to walk and chew gum at the same time, to be able to do more than one particular problem is going to be the key to success. So thank you for the question, which I also tie into the General's question as well.
Thank you. Madame Zima, I hope you will have the chance to listen to all questions. Maybe she has left. Okay, well, Generale?
It's very late. I will limit my answer to your question, Ambassador. We need both. We need technology and numbers. We have been victims of the technology illusions several times in our history. I recall when air-to-air missiles were invented. We gave up the idea of having a gun on the fighters. It was a disaster. We need both. And today we have technology, and I think that the superiority of our weapon systems is undoubtable. We have the evidence in Ukraine, but we need the numbers because war is being fought also as it was fought years ago, decades ago. And there was some journalist who made an observation today: the British Army can be included in the Wembley playing field. That's all. 70,000 soldiers is not enough, and we need for sure to raise the numbers. And I am absolutely convinced that this cannot be done with the draft system, because we need operators capable of employing technology at the best, and this requires training, training and training. That's my answer.
Thank you. And just to inform you that Amélie Zima has to leave the meeting, and she sends apologies for that. So yeah, we have almost on time, so 3 more minutes, but I think that the audience will forgive us for these 3 more minutes that we have spent in discussing a wonderful panel. So I would like to thank all our distinguished speakers for their contributions and for making this panel so inspiring. So thank you very much, and we go on with the event.
Pensavo che... Possiamo
Cosa spingere un attimo? Allora, vediamo, aspetti.
Take place. Take your place, please. The time is not finished, please.
So, good afternoon, and again, thanks a lot for this invitation. And being in mid-afternoon, I've been asked to stay to bring the vibe a little bit up. So I would try to, I would say, introduce something different and bring something which is, in my opinion, different, because of course I bring here the point of view of industry that, of course, in this specific time, I've been, I would say, shaped by NATO policy and posture, and of course have been shaped by current situation. Doesn't work, or where to point to? Okay, we come back to manual manual button, as usual. And even here doesn't work. No? Okay. Okay, click. Okay. In our opinion, there are three big tickets that now are completely, I would say, before reshaping the way that industry now has to look to the current situation. I would say the first one is, of course, the business model. So the industry now are changing to, I would say, support a different situation. Second point is technology. Technology is driven, I would say, the war is driven the way, as I would say, armies are looking to the future, and of course are becoming, I would say, extremely fundamental in the current strategies. Third point, and culture, and I would bring to you today some example that, in my opinion, can be very interesting for your, I would say, for this audience. First ticket. The problem of industry, we have also a former Minister of Defense, at least in Italy, that was finding the market, grabbing the demand. Middle East was, of course, one of an interesting region to develop, I would say, defense industry. Today, the issue is completely different. The demand is there, market is there. How to respond to, I would say, the right supply, the right proposal to support the current situation. Second point, delivery. The people familiar with the defense industry, the average delivery time in defense industry were, I would say, going from 24 months to 50 months for submarine, more or less. That was a standard delivery time. Now is days, months. That is what is in the current contract. And can you imagine the consequence or how to I would say, reshape your business model to respond to such, I would say, new requirement? Third point, supplier to partners, of course, is impossible to, I would say, to not consider your supply eligible to become your partner if you want to respond to such, I would say, new requirement. ROCE, maybe few people know ROCE. For the listed company, ROCE is return on capital employed. To have a good, and any analyst, financial analyst, look this number if you are in the stock exchange. ROCE means reducing the inventory, reducing the stock. But if you want to respond to a short time, you need to have the stock and inventory. So it's completely different from the way that the market has looked at you, and now what is the main drivers that are shaping the way as you have to run the business now. Of course, we are no more in peacetime, but for some procedure we are in the wartime, and I will show you later. First of all, our industry now are in the middle of a change. This is the capital market, how the capital market are looking at the defense industry. Look at what happens in the last, I would say, 2 years. Of course, I bring it here because Rheinmetall is the company that won the most, but there wasn't the meaning. But look at what's happening to the capital market, and what does it mean? You have new investors, you have new stakeholders, you have new, I would say, targets. And this is, of course, is something that you need to take into your consideration to run the business. Second point, you know that Rheinmetall is one of the companies that is supported the most the Ukraine situation. And what happens if a system, I would say, have a failure now in the Ukraine? For the current, I would say, salary contract, is not possible to send civil personnel in Ukraine. So now we are, and all the industry now are trying to procure some space in Poland to create some logistics center to support, as a proximity logistics center the operation in Ukraine from industry point of view. What does it mean from, we say, what you can imagine the impact I would say at the industry level. Recreate a new space. Of course, Poland is becoming extremely important and centric and central in this new kind of operation that was completely different from what was seen before. This is completely new, at least for Italy. What happens if you send an armament in a battlefield? In the battlefield can be used chemical agents. And if you have a system operating in a chemical agent environment, when it's come back to, I would say, the factory to be repaired, you need to take care of a new procedure. So any industry now in Italy, for example, are changing the health and safety procedure, are changing the what we call organismo di vigilanza, which is a supervisory board in the company that is chairing such, I would say, topics in the company. We are changing the governance of the company only because, at least in Italy, it never happened to send armament in a real battlefield. And again, for example, and now of course I bring in an Italian experience. In Italy, there are few persons, few companies that are detector to detect chemical or nuclear reactivity. So now it's becoming a kind of bottleneck to secure our operator to be safe when they maintain such armaments. Delivery time. I will just bring an example, a video. For example, the current air defense system in Ukraine are provided by us. In addition to the long range, the short, medium range are provided by us. And usually we were expecting a contract for 24, 36 months. Now it was 12 months. And what happens during these 12 months? What was good for us that the factory is Roma. This is the most capable air defense system for the short range, and we did it in 12 months. And we did only because our inventory was full. And I come back to the point that was the beginning, how the current situation is completely shaping the business model. Second point, second big ticket, technology. I think everyone here read what happened last week. No one can do it alone. We want to create the European defense. European defense means industrial aggregation, means doing the things together. And of course, it's also against a little bit the European, I would say, the policy where actually we are the competition commissioner that is, I would say, is trying to making some aggregation happening. However, if we want to answer and respond to current requirement, no one in, at least I would say now we are in the European and NATO context can do it alone, because the level of investment will be so huge and no one can support and afford such, I would say, investment. Last week we did it with Leonardo. So Rheinmetall and Leonardo are teaming up to create the most advanced, I would say, defense land cluster in Europe, only for one purpose, to support NATO in what is going to be the new operation requirement in the real battlefield. Technology. Just because I was mentioning the alliance between Leonardo and Rheinmetall that was on the land sector. And I'm glad that also the General Camporini maybe can remember such picture. So the threat was from the down. So the problem in Iraq was the IED, the improvised explosive device. So all the industry, all technology was trying to address this problem, finding a solution, provide to army, I would say something to protect the, I would say the tanks or the vehicle from, I would say from the bottom. So now it's from the top, completely opposite. So, and nobody in Europe was ready. So the famous counter drones, the famous, I would say, technology to detect small things flying low and slow. And they were not actually proven technology, mature technology support the current operation. So again, a new challenge in industry, how to react fastly and quickly to provide by technology, by, we say, competence solution to support and protect people during the real operation. Ticket number 3, and just to play a joke with you. Does anyone know who is this lady? Marilyn Monroe, exactly. Do you know what she's doing? She's assembling drones. Culture. Marilyn Monroe was a worker in a drone industry during the Second World War. She was a worker. But at that time, we have the same time that we are currently, because the general accessed to a presentation by Boo, so the general knows very well. She has some tapes, sets up. The problem, it was 1942, US was already entering into the Second World War, and even at the time, the problem of public opinion was how to, I would say, convince the people that there was the right expenditure in defense. So they tasked the photographer of the army to go in the factory of the drones. It was a military drones. Of course, they took a picture of a nice lady. This nice lady went into the annual calendar of the army, and after a few weeks, passed from $20 per week to, I don't know, to $2 million per week. So, I mean, I come back to the point of culture. And how the culture now is completely shaping, of course, the defense budget, I would say, issue. And again, the former Minister of Defense know very well the 2%, I would say, topic. But we also had people, we have some interview in the company that people now say, do we go on war if I join the company? That, of course, from a certain point of view, is crazy because, of course, it's not a case. However, it is important to shape now a certain, I would say, sensitivity or certain, I would say, attention to what are the current times. The most trending Italian words in 2022. So people on Google click, so these are official statistics from Google. So people in 2022, in terms of word, I left in Italian just to maintain the region, I will just translate. The words are Ukraine, of course, Elizabeth Queen, because died exactly in 2022. It was Russian and Ukraine. And at the question why in Google, say why Russians want to invade Ukraine. So people in Italy, so I'm going to say, brought attention exactly on these specific topics. What was in 2023? What is Hamas? Abdominal diastasis, I don't know why, so a lot of births will be in Italy in 2023. We nobody know. Kibbutz. And why is the war into Gaza? And at any time that there is people click this word or write this word in Google, what happens? Air Defense, Patriot, SAMT, Skynex, war, strategy, geopolitics, military, and blah, blah, blah. So nobody, I would say without certain tools, certain comprehension tools to really understand what's happening today, people shape the wrong attitude or got the wrong information and got the wrong idea. So, and now just to sum up my speech today, it's clear that, you see, business model, I would say big ticket, technology as a second big ticket, and culture, third big ticket, are completely reshaping our industry. And this is the time where actually an alliance between state, industry, military and industry, politics and industry are, I would say, absolutely required to really orient the, I would say, the people on the right direction. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. And welcome to session 2. For those I might not have met, I'm Ian Lesser from the German Marshall Fund of the United States in Brussels, and it's a great pleasure to moderate this session where we're going to talk about something that we already started to talk a little bit about in previous sessions, but to focus on much more directly, and that's reinforcing partnerships in the South, a renewed strategic outlook. We have a lot of speakers with us, and so which is great, but I don't want to say too much, but simply to say, and we were talking outside at coffee a bit about this, especially to be here in Rome and talk about this theme is important because historically, I think you would agree that with some variation, the strategy looking south has always, in a sense, taken a back seat. It's been in some ways a subordinate theater. The partnerships have been very prominent, but the question of strategy remains open. NATO has made some recent attempts to try to articulate a more explicit strategy looking south. We'll see in the summit in Washington this week whether more comes out of that. But clearly, simply talking about it in terms, in my view, of a 360-degree approach where everything is an equivalent problem doesn't quite capture the nature of this challenge across a very, very broad theater, if we're thinking from West Africa to the Gulf and even beyond. We have a wonderful group of people with us today to have this conversation, and I'll just introduce them to you very, very briefly. Ahmed Massadeh, former Secretary General, Union for the Mediterranean in Iran. Ambassador, thank you for being with us. Abdulaziz Sagar, who is President of the Gulf Research Center in Jeddah, who is with us virtually, I think. And Sheikh Fawaz Meshal Al-Sabah, former Assistant Undersecretary, National Security Bureau in Kuwait. Thank you for being with us. Sergio Piazzi, Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Thank you. And Maria Luisa Fantapié, who is the head of the Mediterranean, Middle East, and Africa program at EI here in Rome. A great group. I've asked them to be quite brief because there are quite a lot of people, but we're going to have a bit of a conversation here, and then we'll have time to open it up to all of you. So, Ambassador Massadeh, perhaps if I could start with you to offer us, 5 minutes of thoughts, reflecting a little bit on your experience, but also what's happening today and what it might mean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to thank our hosts for inviting us today and having us join this very important meeting. Let me start by trying to link the narrative that we had over the past maybe 40, 50 years with the articles of the North Atlantic Treaty, with the events that are unfolding in my region. And I would like to speak to you my mind out, and I'm speaking, probably these are the thoughts of the people in my region at the political level and also at the layman level. In particular, I'm talking about Jordan, my country. And this is why I'm saying this opening remark. I mean, let me, in the light of that we are having a NATO summit tomorrow in Washington, let me remind everyone of Article 1 of the North Atlantic Treaty of 1949. This is a reminder of the commitments of the member states of NATO to settle international disputes in which they may be involved by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security and justice are not endangered. And I would like to underline that piece about international justice not being endangered. And of course, such norms were echoed in the UN Charter, in the EU treaties, in other international forums. And if I may, the Western principles, mainly resulting or relating to human rights, i.e. the rights to life and liberty, freedom from slavery and from torture, and also the protection of human dignity, has all evolved as the Western narrative that has been given to other parts of the world. This is the narrative that post-World War II has been given to the world, especially in my part of the world. Now, with the events that unfolded over the past 10 months, in particular in Gaza, I put the question to NATO member states and to this distinguished audience, what is left of the universal value system that has been created and advocated by the North and the West and taught to and preached to, as you like to call us, the South? And I'm asking this question in light of the title of the session that we have, how to augment and strengthen partnership with the South. And the ambassador of Macedonia asked a very important question. What shocking event do we need from the South in order to be engaging more? And I answer the ambassador, I don't see him, but I answer him, what more of a shocking event do you want to have other than what happened in Gaza over the past 10 months to engage? According to UN statistics, 35,000 people killed, women, children, elderly. 100,000 people are injured, handicapped, famine, destruction, total destruction. And so we are still inquiring about what events do we need to have the member states of NATO, and I'm not talking about the institution itself because I know that we are always faced with the answer that NATO is a security institution and we don't deal with politics or with the humanitarian issues, but I'm talking about the member states of NATO. What else do you want to engage and to end this war which took place over the past 10 months? I'm sorry to say, also to be very blunt, I think that by not acting or by acting in a gray way or gray zone, in a way or another, NATO member states would be, if I may use the word, complicit in what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months. And I give you the example of, explain to me the Biden administration accepting to have a truce of 5 days in order to free the Israeli hostages, but refusing to have a permanent ceasefire in order to resume the killing of the Palestinians. In other words, I mean, the simple answer for that would be is that Israeli lives matter, but Palestinian lives do not matter. And so basically we go back to the universal value system that was created by the West and was given to us in the region, that these are the norms, human rights, freedom and liberty and democracy, the free world, as we heard Alessandro Minotto this morning say it. But I'm asking you again, what is left of this system? I will end here so that maybe I will have another part, about way forward, what is happening next. So I will finish my my intervention at this point.
No, thank you very much for that, and we'll absolutely come back to those issues because clearly, even before the current crises, I should say, actually, in the region, there was always this question when one spoke to partners in the South about, well, what is NATO's strategy looking south? What are you trying to do beyond the partner? What is the driving spirit behind it? And obviously the current conditions make that an even more difficult question to answer. So we'll come back to that. Thank you very much. Abdulaziz Sager, I hope you're with us by electrons. Yes? No? Okay. Well, we can come back to Abdulaziz when we get him online. So in that case, if I could turn to you, Sheikh Fawaz Mashal Al Sabah, for your thoughts briefly, and then we'll come back and have a conversation.
Well, thank you, but after this great speech, I don't think I will be able to match the heat that's coming out from the frustration, which was reflected beautifully by my colleague from Jordan. And it just shows that we in the region sometimes see things differently than how you see it when you're across the Mediterranean, or as you call us, from the southern flank, or the southern eastern flank, or whatever flank you want to call us. But first, let me begin just by thanking our generous hosts. I feel honored to be here today. The Italians go all the way with their generosity and hospitality, that even the weather makes you feel at home here. So that's really good. Special thanks also to Ambassador Minotto Rizzo, whom I met back in September 2004 when he visited Kuwait to present the ICI. And I was a junior guy at NSB, and that's where my journey with NATO began. I had a lot of things written down, but I'm just gonna reflect on what I learned during my journey with NATO. As I oversaw during my 19 years experience with NATO, the NATO ICI Regional Center, amongst the different things that I've done. But I'll take you back to 2004 when our first visit to NATO, where it was very clear at the time for us and the visiting delegation that NATO's implementation of ICI was not very clear. We came 2 months after Ambassador Minotto Rizzo's visit, and then we understood that practical cooperation was the basis of this relationship. And the third thing that we came out with was that it was a bilateral initiative, so a 26+1. There is no multilateral approach. So it's NATO and a single country. So when one of the questions that was asked was GCC. Well, GCC is multilateral, so it's NATO +1. So we'll talk about the bilateral. I understood during this whole time that each country has done a lot with NATO, but on its own capacity, and after learning the different tools and ways of NATO. What I also understood that the NATO mechanism is very slow and takes a lot to get it. But nevertheless, the pinnacle of the relationship between Kuwait and NATO, if we're going to call it that, is the introduction of the NATO ICI Regional Center. It's a Kuwaiti initiative, 100%. We came to NATO and told them, well, this is a land that we want to do something with NATO, and it can be your gateway to the region. And NATO accepted, and at the Chicago Summit in 2012, the center was inaugurated. Approved, and in January 2017, NATO had its home in the region. Well, one of the things that we also learned is that there was no blueprint to implement the center. So how are we going to run it together? Kuwait and NATO. So we had to be innovative and patient. And we also went back to the basis of the relationship, which is practical cooperation. Fast forward to where we are today. I think that the center has been, to a certain degree, a success. More than 5,500 personnel trained and were at the center, and more than 90 plus courses and events, fully funded by NATO, by the way. All the courses that took place at the NATO ICI Regional Center was fully funded by NATO. Well, I'll stop here as I have a lot of food of thought, and I'll leave it for the discussion.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. We'll certainly come back to that because both for MD and for Mediterranean Dialogue and for ICI, the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, it would be interesting under the current conditions to ask, what should be on the agenda, which is not going to be the same as it was 20 years ago, obviously. We have Abdulaziz Sager with us online now. Abdulaziz, thank you so much for joining us. Maybe I can give the floor to you for.
Thank you very much.
5 minutes, if you can. We hear you. We hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can. I can. Yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
See you
and
as
I
well.
would like to thank the organizer and Ambassador Rizzo, whom I know for many years. I don't want to say when, but I'd like to emphasize in few points here that in 2002, I started the idea of how can the Gulf countries cooperate with NATO during a conference which was organized by RAND at that time and NATO at the Reds Hotel in Doha. So I think I deserve a little credit of being one of the initiators of an important relation could be between the Gulf countries and the NATO organization. 2004, I was at in Istanbul at the summit when I attended, and then the ICI was announced as an initiative, which is very good. However, as a Gulf Research Center, we do publish a very important magazine called ARA, Views from the Gulf. And this month, our main issue was on the 20 years post-ICI. In other words, what did we get after 20 years with ICI? I think there is a different views in that subject. Now, 4 countries out of the Gulf have joined the ICI. 2 remains skeptical, Saudi Arabia and Oman. But at the same time, they have their own reason, maybe which need to be addressed differently. At the same time, I think the Gulf countries start looking at the subject that from a NATO perspective, it has been received and perceived as a political initiative, neither as a security important initiative. What we are interested in the Gulf, of course, is to have a security agreement that can provide the necessary security that we need, because Gulf remains under specific and certain threat in the region. And so far, there isn't a viable working security architecture that can really provide the necessary security in the region. However, keeping a good relation, Kuwait, they were so great by establishing the center. And I know from day one, the national security in Kuwait have been really devoting a lot of time and effort. Also, countries like UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, they all been very much committed to such things. Today, what do we expect? I think we do expect from NATO to have a different strategy when it comes toward what is called on the NATO definition, the South. But I think it's very much linked to the North security. If the Gulf country remain very important in terms of energy supply and in terms of location, I think today NATO member countries are suffering from what's happening on the Red Sea as a security issue. So that shows the linkage security between the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandab and the Red Sea is very much vital for the NATO. So NATO maybe need to revisit their strategy according to the 2030 vision, which has been announced on the NATO side also. At the same time, I think doing some, the beautiful, I call it list of the ICI, it's a training, it's a cooperation, but we have to move toward sharing of intelligence. Navy for us and maritime security is extremely vital for the region. And what we have seen is a lot of political position, talking, meeting, but not really moving toward implementation of viable an important security thing. I did last time in the conference that was organized by the NATO Academy Foundation, talked about what I call NATO Plus. And NATO Plus, in my opinion, if we can get the Gulf cooperation countries, the GCC, with NATO to reach a sort of an agreement framework, between them where security umbrella could be provided, with one important issue I think need to be addressed in any sort of arrangement like this. I think NATO is worried about the expansion of its membership because they don't want to have a new member that will veto a decision of allowing another member, coming into that one. In a simple language, I would say if the GCC country become a NATO plus as member, This will allow maybe Israel in the future to become also on the NATO plus arrangement with NATO, and this can provide a better security architecture in the region, since Turkey already is a member, from the region there. However, I understand the complexity, I understand the difficulty of addressing such an issue and getting a new member there. But if you want really to get a better cooperation in the Gulf side, you need to show a practical step and not only political willingness or a political dialogue. We need to move from a political dialogue to a serious structure of providing the necessary security umbrella that's required, because I'm not very optimistic about Gulf countries, whether it's Saudi Arabia, my country, or other country, that may reach a sort of an agreement beyond what has been discussed between and agreed between Bahrain and the US. I think it's going to be quite difficult, and the aim, because we do look at the threat in the region maybe slightly different than the way how you look at it, but maybe Bahrain is a good framework, but is not sufficient. It does not really provide the necessary agreement that we're looking for it in the region. Bahrain-US agreement was a good starting point, but however, it does not really provide for us what we are looking for in the region, that to have a real commitment from both sides. If you want a commitment from the Gulf, I think we also need a commitment from the NATO, sufficient commitment that can provide the security we're looking for. And I endorse whatever has been said by your first speaker from Jordan. I admire that. I think today maybe we have to go through another notion of rethinking. Democracy is failing, international organization is failing, values are failing. So, what do we need to rethink about? How do we provide security and safety for the people in the world, and work, closer, and also look at the relation between an individual NATO country with the Gulf in terms of requirement for providing necessarily defense equipment that we need to defend our territory. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Abdulaziz. And you raised a number of very interesting points, but one of them, and it would be good to come back to this, is the question of how NATO maybe can do more with all of the very elaborate, in fact, very deep bilateral defense relationships that individual NATO member states have with countries in the South. I mean, how much of this can be captured for NATO? Should it be? But we can come back to that as well, obviously. If I could turn next to Secretary General.
Membership is open.
for your thoughts, and also perhaps to say a word about the Parliamentary Assembly.
This video is about it.
I know.
So we are a different organization from the other which are represented here today. And I'm Secretary General of this Parliamentary Assembly, international organization, and I come from the United Nations. I was the one that in 2005, with Ambassador Minutorizzo, we had the pleasure to sign the UN-NATO cooperation agreement on support in humanitarian operation in time of peace. It was something which had started at the end of the Iraq-Kuwait war. I was the political assistant to Matti Ahtisaari, and we look at Operation Provide Comfort and how the UN would have never been able to deploy 60,000 staff to provide protection and humanitarian assistance to the population stranded in the north. That's the way we started, and that concept has advanced. As 20 years ago, this organization was established by the national parliaments of the Southern European and the MENA region, we started immediately, maybe because of my experience, a constructive cooperation with the NATO, both in shape, both with the Secretary General, but also with the new established NATO Southern Hub in Naples, which for us is a very valuable counterpart. And today, coming to a meeting of parliamentarians from 34 countries, and see NATO political officer, NATO officer in uniform coming and addressing our meeting, something which was considered a challenge a few years ago, today is a given, extremely well accepted, with a very interesting opportunity to exchange views. Said so, I would like maybe to show you the video, and after that, as we go also with question and answers, I can provide you some additional information what we are doing in the South, also with the NATO, among others, in a situation like the Sahel, Sub-Saharan, MENA region, Wagner, the Africa Corps, the Chinese, or the relation with the Syria, which are a priority for NATO itself. If we can proceed, please. Thank you, sir.
The Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, PAM, is an international parliamentary organization. Established by the national parliaments of the Euro-Mediterranean region. It has 34 founding and associate member states and several candidate partner countries. Membership is open to Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf region countries and to those which have an interest and role in the region. PAM is the center of excellence and a unique forum for regional parliamentary diplomacy. The main objective of PAM is to forge political, economic, and social cooperation among the member states, find common solutions to the many challenges facing the region, create a space for peace and prosperity for people. PAM conducts its work through President, Bureau, International Secretariat, standing committees. The current Secretary General is Ambassador Sergio Piazzi. PAM's 3 standing committees cover political and security-related cooperation and regional stability, economic, social, and environmental cooperation, development, and partnership, dialogue among civilizations and human rights. PAM may also set up working groups, ad hoc committees, or special task forces. PAM Special Parliamentary Committee on Counterterrorism, PAM Economic Panel, PAM Academic Platform, PAM Women Parliamentary Forum. PAM serves the parliamentary division of the 5+5 West Mediterranean Forum, Mediterranean Day. PAM addressed many issues of common interest: counterterrorism, confidence building, peace support, conflict resolution, Middle East peace process, mass migration, free trade and investments, economic integration, climate change, energy, human rights, dialogue of civilizations, interfaith cooperation, education, gender issues, etc. The main operational and coordination instruments of PAM in these fields are electoral observation teams, Cairo election mission, Istanbul election mission, Syria, Libya, Bosnia, and Herzegovina. The PAM holds its plenary sessions annually hosted by a member state to discuss the reports and draft solutions prepared by 3 committees. PAM Award to reward individuals, organizations, and institutions who have demonstrated a strong and visible commitment, outstanding achievement, and active promotion of PAM ideals. PAM was granted a permanent observer status to the General Assembly of the United Nations in recognition of its excellent work. PAM participates annually in the UN General Assembly with a high-level delegation. PAM participates annually in the WB-IMF sessions in Washington with a high-level delegation. PAM fully participates in today's regional and international ministerial and thematic debates regarding the main challenges and opportunities facing the region and the world. Member states
Thank you very much. You see, we are a strange animal, but different from other institutions, which are also parliamentary. We are extremely operational. We are present in the field. We operate also as a channel of information, for instance, between Damascus and Ankara, between Brussels and Damascus. We were part of the Abraham Agreement consultation processes. We are very active also in a number of issues where the country of the Gulf ask our assistance, like the software platform, how to get, and we were working with Tehran on that. And we work also very operational. We are the only parliamentary institution which is invited to the head of security services in New York. We were invited by Russian FSB at the meeting of head of security services. That's because we are very active on counterterrorism, extremely active on the link counterterrorism, international organized crime, and in this we cooperate proudly with NATO. We exchange a lot of non-classified information, but the last thing I can say about, I mentioned Sahel, Syria, Libya, the Chinese drone to Libya a couple of days ago, and so on. We are involved now in a process where we also want to benefit from consultation with NATO inter alia at the preparation of the Summit of the Future that will take place in New York on 22-23 September at the eve of General Assembly. It's an initiative by Secretary General Gutierrez, which built on 5 issues. One of them is the reform of the Security Council, the global governance. And we are working on the issue of trust and reputation. The other issue, which maybe we can come back later in the question, is the malicious use of artificial intelligence and innovative technology at the request of the Security Council. Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you very much. And you know, you mentioned a number of sort of functional issues in addition to telling us more about the work of the Assembly that are very much on the NATO agenda and in fact form part of this recent expert study on the Mediterranean, but we'll talk about that. Maria Luisa, if I could turn to you now to offer some thoughts from your perspective, but also maybe to pick up on something that we've already heard a little bit about from some of the previous speakers, which is how to look sort of to the south of South, if I like, you know, to look sort of to Africa, what new partnerships you could imagine NATO contemplating.
Thank you, Jan.
Thank
you for inviting me to this important event with distinguished speakers. Let me start by saying that we also have to link what we said in the previous session with what we are discussing now. I think that my sense is that we are facing an extreme challenge of sort of navigating a moment of shifting global order. So the two conflicts that were both mentioned, so the Russian invasion of Ukraine on the one hand and Israel-Hamas war, which happened at the very short distance of time, somehow have had the impact of, on the one hand, the first conflict has brought back the world of Europe, let's say, Europe itself, to a post-1945 moment. But at the same time, both the Israel-Hamas war as well as the Ukraine-Russia conflict has also unveiled that the global order is no longer 1945, and it's shifting, because we have seen in many occasions in the aftermath of this conflict that many countries have actually not shared with the so-called West and with the Atlantic Alliance the feeling that they should actually oppose Russia. So we have seen more and more South a sort of different way of engaging, of behaving and reacting vis-a-vis of Russia, sometimes coexisting, sometimes also continuing the relation, or even nurturing. I would rather have to say that while the Atlantic Alliance was very busy east after the invasion of Ukraine, actually Russia has tremendously consolidated consolidated South in several regions, I mean, from places where in the Middle East it was already present, but most importantly, I will say throughout the African continent, and I will not have the time to list and how to substantiate this claim. But overall, I think that we need to somehow, like some say, deal with the world the way it is. So embrace these shifts in the global order and say, okay, to a certain extent, Russia invasion of Ukraine has brought us back to 1945, but at the same time, also the world is changing. So, and the south of the world, the so-called south of the world, is asking, I think, the Atlantic Alliance to be heard and listened to. And I think that there are key steps that we need to undertake in order to lay the foundation for any cooperative partnership with the South. And I will summarize them. I'm trying to summarize it in a couple of ones. I mean, first of all, I think that we need to have strategic clarity, which we don't have. We don't have strategic clarity in the sense that we yet haven't made our mind whether we want to still, where we are open to deal with the South in some way, even if the South still deals with Russia. Are we willing to do that or not? So I think that we need to answer that questions, and I think that sometimes what has been voiced at first, which is this issue of the double standards, and that is very present, sometimes is not even an issue that points the finger against us in terms of like principles and value alone, is sometimes just a request of strategic clarity. Please tell us where are you heading to. So I think that first is a strategic clarity that we need to acquire. The second point, I think that we need definitely to understand the threat perception from the South, in the sense that threat perception from the southern neighborhood is different, perhaps, the way that we deal with threat perception, and there are also different ways of dealing with the threat perception. So first of all, the South, and I mean, here we have a distinguished representative from the GCC. The GCC have been at the forefront of this embracing, actually, multipolarism. So saying, okay, we definitely are continuing and nurturing our alliance with the United States when it comes to security, but we also do want to continue relationship with other global powers. Second, I think that also coming back to the issue of the GCC, I think that there is quite an interesting combination of dealing with the threat with a combination of defense, which is much needed, as we heard from Dr. Abdulaziz, but also deterrence built through diplomacy and dialogue. So just mentioning the Saudi-Iran agreement deal, which has brought little results, but somehow it's a very interesting case study on how basically Saudi Arabia has lessened threat on its soul through dialogue and diplomacy with its former enemy. And I think that another element that it's very important, it's the fact that especially in this moment where the region is basically torn with conflict, is that the general reaction of many of these states is to conclude bilateral security agreements, not necessarily to go multilateral. And here the entire bilateral security agreements that are concluded from single Middle Eastern state, for instance, with the United States. So what is, I think, and then in the Q&A, I think we will have more time to unpack what we can do in this. I think it's about, well, what has been mentioned, a first element, which seems sometimes, I think, neglectable because, you know, it's not necessarily practical and substantial, but is really the issue of political dialogue that was mentioned by Dr. Abdulaziz, in the sense that there is a lot of people-to-people diplomacy that needs to be invested in order to understand the way in which the South looks at the threat and responds to it. And I think that here there is a need for tremendous investment on this. Second, I think it's very important to pick on what has been said in sense of, okay, there are some issues that we differ from, maybe the members of the Atlantic Alliance differ from some of the Southern partners on key issues, mostly also related to engagement with Russia, but there are certain things that we converge with. So let's actually start working on the things that we converge with. And one can be that one of maritime security. So, and I think really the key for cooperative partnership with the South is really our ability to listen, but also to navigate and separate in some way where we differ from where we want, where we can converge, and push forward on where we can converge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And, you know, we're going to open it up to all of you and welcome your comments and questions. And then I'll come back to the group here. Abdulaziz, if you want to come in, there is a way that if you signal to our organizers, they will tell me. So we can do that as well. And then I have a final thing that I want to ask you maybe when we finish up about, you know, if you were to pick, but you can think about it. We've been rightly focused on the partnerships here, because that's the session. But there is a question about NATO strategy and what NATO is up to in the South. And, you know, if you were to think about that for a moment, you know, what is it? What really is it about this? That's whether it's existential or not. You know, what should NATO be focused on in this region? How do you get it on the agenda to begin with? But anyway, we'll come back to that. Please, if I could, just right here, and if you would tell us who you are and where you're from, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It works, yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Brigadier Raggi. I'm chair of peace operations at the Carabinieri Office College in Rome. And I have a question for Mr. Mazadeh. Assalamu alaikum. And I'm very interested in Israeli-Palestinian issue. I have served 1 year in Khalil, Hebron, as a human rights observer many years ago. And I realize how difficult is the situation. I could tell many stories, some of them very contradictory. But just I would like to quote an interview of an Hamas representative we invited in our mission. I used to be part of the TIPH missions, the Temporary International Presence in the city of Hebron, where I used to be press information officer and even human rights observers and an analyst. We used to invite everybody, settlers, Hamas, and so on. And I remember this statement from an Hamas representative saying, every Israeli citizen is enemy. We must kill all of them, even children. It was 27 years ago. I could tell you this because it has taken more than 2 decades to arrive to the 7 October attack. I'm not elaborating, of course, on the outrageous death toll that the conflict has brought to us. It's evident to everybody, and it raises issues on international humanitarian law, protection of human rights, and so on. But my question is very simple. Do you think that there is a feasible and relatively easy way to bring the two communities, Israeli and Palestinians, on the same way, sharing a human rights approach to life, an effective one, considering that I have seen so many difficult situations. Consider 2 of our servers were killed by Zadin al-Qassam, and we had other situations I'm not going to mention. But they design a very complicated situation. Do you really think there is a feasible way? Not to solve the conflict. Solving the conflict, of course, will be the outcome. But talking about the same values that, as you mentioned, have been exported by the Western perspective of human rights. Thank you very much.
Ambassador, maybe it's a very specific question. Maybe we come to you just to pick up on that very briefly, and then we'll open it up again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. And may I also reciprocate by saying that what you heard from the Hamas representative 27 years ago, we have heard them over the course of past 10 months from the Prime Minister of Israel and his right-wing ministers that it is the right of Israel to kill every Palestinian and wipe them out. And this is why we are now at the ICJ with a genocide crime being advocated there. So basically, it's not just one party. I think it's both parties who have promised to, to act in this negative way. Just to answer your question, look, I think that we had many opportunities, and the key element that we keep missing is that we do not have a proper political will to have a peace accord or peace treaty ending this conflict. I believe once we are put on track with a clear plan, with clear endings, with the engagement of the United States of America and the European Union and the international powers to end this conflict, then I believe that the values of people would amalgamate and come together. We are now being captured in this hatred or hate and evil cycle that nobody is thinking properly and actually coming to the conclusion that I could tell from your question that it's unfeasible, it's not going to happen. Then what is the answer? The answer is more war and more crisis. And it's not going to be only within the Palestinian-Israeli area or dossier, but it's going to escalate and go to other regions in our region. And let me remind you that this issue is not just about the Middle East. It's not about Yemen or about Lebanon or about, Sahel, whatever. It is about Europe. It is about the security of Europe and the security of NATO. And as long as we shed away, we look away from the elephant in the room that this matter has to end now, and there should be a recognition of a Palestinian state from all countries, like from Norway and Spain and Ireland, and I call on other member states of NATO. Why not recognize the Palestinian state? You recognize Israel, recognize Palestinian state, and have an ending with key indicators, key performance indicators with clear endings. I do believe then the value system that we are all worried about will amalgamate, will come together. I'm not worried about that, but we have to start.
Okay, thank you very much. Other comments, questions? Yes, just right here, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Emanuela Giurmisci. I'm here as a member of security industry, but first of all, I'm a doctor, a psychiatrician, and for many years I've been a referent for migration in the scene. So I've seen in many years how the conflicts have grown up and how migration have grown up 5 times more from 70 till now. The question that I have is, in this moment, when the equilibrium is very weak, even between the NATO states, do you have the impression that NATO states inside them, they have really understood the importance of all states of the enlarged Mediterranean for equilibrium, economy, security, energy, and if these states, to the other sides, the states of the enlarged Mediterranean have the they have understood their importance in this equilibrium.
Okay, maybe we'll take a couple and we'll come back to that very important question of how, is NATO as an alliance as a whole paying attention to this, taking it seriously? If I paraphrase, I think it's true. Other thoughts, questions? All right, I'm going to throw in one of my own, and we can come back in the 15 minutes or so that we have left. NATO recently commissioned an expert study on Strategy South, which it's very detailed and it's very thorough. And it focuses, much of the session actually, largely on the partnerships and what could be done differently. I don't know how many of you have had a chance to see it. It has over 150 recommendations in it. So it's quite a detailed thing. I don't know how much of this will be picked up at the summit. Something, probably, and it has some real recommendations in it. To have a special envoy for the South, to do something different with the NATO hub for the South in Naples, to revive the multilateral political dialogue, all of these kinds of things. Let me maybe ask you if you could all comment on this. In a sense, it's a combination of these two questions. A, is NATO taking the South seriously against the backdrop, obviously, of a war in Ukraine, in the East? And secondly, is there a serious effort underway to address that? What do you do about it? And it's about the partnerships in part, but it's not just. It's other things as well. Maybe I could start with you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Listen, up to a couple of years ago, our assembly became the main political sponsor of the Southern Hub. We were surprised sometime in Brussels, people did not know what the Southern Hub was. And we had the feeling that it was not taken seriously. And we could see it also from the fact how the Southern Hub works, is funded, and the secondment of the staff. From the south side, if I remember correctly, only Jordan had its liaison officer in Brussels visiting not so frequently the Naples Southern Hub. So it was a total unknown reality. As parliamentarians, we recognize the importance to exchange information, to associate more the South, for our delegates from the southern country not to be scared when you say NATO. It's an alliance of a group of countries which can bring some benefits. And also, when NATO was coming to brief us at the beginning, you know the mentality of the military. Everything is confidential. And here you were talking in a civilian, political, open side. But eventually we managed to have an open dialogue, and at a certain moment we had a lady from Luxembourg, police officer working at NATO hub, coming to talking about the risk in the Sahel, said, well, actually, every member of the terrorist group of the jihad cell working there has a mobile phone. And that's the way we can track what is happening. The discussion since then has deepened. I believe that NATO has realized the importance to follow what is going on in the Great MENA region, in Sahel, Sub-Saharan, also because the double head of the US commander and the Sixth Fleet, who was the double head in Naples. So there were a direct interest from the US in that, which has passed by capillarity into NATO. We have seen how poor the West was prepared, to be honest. And also we saw how the French lost ground very easily in the area, how the Russians, the Chinese were ready to come in. Just think the gold mines. The latest purchase of Iranian drones by Russia was paid with the 2 tons of gold coming from the Sahel. That was very easy deal. Not only that one, we can see also how the influence of Russia is moving. Wagner is still operating in some areas. Now it's Africa Corps. You have some Chinese security companies. But we see the influence. We see the chain of the coup d'etat moving from one to the other one. Luckily, Senegal managed to avoid it. But for us, they are all matters of extreme concern. In our plenary session, which took in Portugal a few weeks ago, we decided how we can relaunch to the parliamentary channel dialogue with those countries, which for us is extremely important, not to leave the door closed and to see when there will be the opportunity. The same, speaking about Israel and Palestine. Possibly we are the only organization where today the PNC and the Knesset still sit together around the same table. And we had the meeting with the Guterres 2 months ago in New York. And we said what we can do to keep this door open and use it at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Abdulaziz, we know you're there, and I wanted to turn to you for any thoughts on this question of NATO taking this seriously and what might it do?
Well, definitely we understand in the region how NATO is busy on the Ukrainian crisis. And we understand that this is a very serious challenge and it has taken a lot of the time and the effort and the focus and so on. But at the same time, I think neglecting the problem in the Middle East and North Africa will not help NATO, because this is the neighborhood, the neighborhood of the NATO. So it needs to be well addressed. It needs to be looked at. And I did participate in some of those reports that was done. I remember during the Munich Security Forum, there was a team. And I think I had a good discussion with them, and they asked me many questions with regard to the ICI and how do we see it from our part of the world. I think, in principle, the relation can work good because the Gulf countries are much more closer to the NATO member state and also to the NATO organization. We had the pleasure of the visit of the, now is the former Secretary General of NATO. And we hope the new Secretary General will take place, and we wish him all the success in his new assignment. So the possibility of expanding and looking at in depth of the problem, how to be addressed. I mentioned maybe two of the issues which is important that need to be looked at: the sharing of intelligence and the maritime security. Probably I will add to that the energy security. I mean, I'll give an example. For instance, now the current situation on the Red Sea with the Houthi side. What we have seen, NATO member states like the US and the British are targeting a naval capability of this Houthi, but not really doing more than that. And this is why the deterrent policy, which was implemented by the two member state countries against the Houthi in Yemen, did not work. Still, they are sending their missiles because the source of supply coming out of Iran to them was allowed for a long time, that they have been able to receive all the missiles, all the drone, all the capability. They allowed them even during that time, despite of the Security Council resolution, which was there, to prohibit any supply of weapon system to these rebels. So, I think revisiting, having a serious dialogue between the two sides, understanding the problem and how to deal with it, and the threat assessment, and then finding a proper formula, that they can work together in addressing some of those issues is extremely important. Our security is your security. When we had a problem in the Red Sea, you suffer. A lot of 17% maybe or 18% of the European goods, they have to go through the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb. So, the threat is equal, and the threat is harming both sides. And we have a common interest in fighting terrorism, fighting piracies, fighting extremism, and fighting a violent non-state actor. We should not allow a violent non-state actors to get away the militant side of it, to get away with what they want to do.
Abdulaziz, thank you very much. I'm conscious of our time, but I want to make sure we go to the rest of our panel here to get in an answer to this question, questions, but also the last word, if you like. Maria Luisa, maybe we can go to you next, please.
Well, I think I mostly agree with what has been said also by Abdulaziz, and we go back to this issue of trying to single out things that were, members of the Atlantic Alliance and members of the South, the so-called South, can partner with. But I think that it's, I have been recently reflecting a lot, for instance, on how Rome, how Italy has been looking at this, because I just came back to Italy 9 months ago after 10 years abroad, and so I'm dealing for the first time, I have to say, with the Italian foreign policy. And honestly, if you look at the map, Italy is 1 hour flight away from multiple crises. I mean, we're not in a very good situation in general. And so I think that this is, and I've been thinking a lot on how, for example, Italy has been trying to address this issue of the Southern Partnership through the Mattei Plan. The Mattei Plan is a good case study to understand I don't think it's the response to all the questions we raise, because it has a lot of flaws that here we are not here to discuss. But still, it's a hint, I think, of that attempt of a southern member of the alliance to try to provide a different way of engaging the southern countries, the other shores of the Mediterranean, whether it is the North Africa or key countries in Africa. And I think in that sense, it's telling of this need of developing a new strategic vision and really also how to do diplomacy. I think main takeaway of what works of the Mattei Plan insofar, I think, is again a new way of engaging, a new type of diplomacy, maybe less judgmental, less, sometimes I have to say also less principle based. You know, in the sense that you deal only on common interest and you leave apart other things, and you don't enter in issues that might be perceived as interferes in domestic affairs. And also a lot of pragmatism, a lot of focus on concrete projects. So again, that I think, especially this last part on focus on concrete projects, it's not, I mean, it's something to learn from. So again, I think that we should try to really work also on these members state that they have been in the members of the Atlantic Alliance, which have tried actually to give some responses. Italy is one of them. I don't think that, once again, the Mattei Plan gives all the responses, but again, it's a step in that direction, and also it reveals somehow the discomfort of some members of the Atlantic Alliance that do not feel, let's say, heard, that their like concerns, security concerns in this are not well heard enough, maybe compared to northern members of the alliance. Thank you.
Please,
very
briefly.
I will just add and echo a few points. First of all, I agree with what Abdulaziz said in regards to the ICI. It's a political agreement rather than security. But I'd also add that it's not even military. In short, there has not been military engagement on a high level, neither on defense minister's level, since the launch of the initiative. In 20 years, the ministers of defense never met from ICI as well as NATO. That's one thing. On a political level, the foreign ministers of ICI probably met last time with their NATO counterparts in that level pre-COVID. And if I'm not mistaken, it was in the inauguration of the center in 2017. That was the last time. So I think we need very much further military engagement. Houthis, we've been fighting them with a coalition led by Saudi Arabia for a long time. And we spoke to you about it, yet nobody supported that at the time. And yet countries within the alliance stopped exporting weapons to Saudi Arabia. That's just to keep in mind. And now the Houthis came back to bite you. In short, and I just wrote it here, what and why is there for cooperation between NATO and ICI, but I think where we need a lot of work is the how, in short.
Thank you very much. I think this session has illustrated for us many things, including the complexity of the issues across this vast region, the different perspectives, and the considerable gap between where we are today and where we need to go in terms of engagement across the Mediterranean. And hopefully that's something that NATO can focus on as it also concerns itself with the war in Europe. Please join me in thanking all of our speakers. This has really been a terrific conversation. And we have another one. We have another one to come. But allow me also a special thanks, Alessandro, to you and to your team here. It's always a pleasure to be here at your events. So thank you so much again, and for the hospitality. And now it's really a great pleasure of mine to introduce and to turn over the floor to a friend of mine, Charles Kupchan, who is here. We see each other frequently, but in different settings, and he's always extraordinarily interesting to listen to. Charlie Kupchan is Senior Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, also a professor at Georgetown University, and he's very kindly agreed to share some special thoughts with us. So, Charlie, please. Thanks very much.
Can I dive right in? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, sir, for your warm hospitality, and it's delightful to be here. I only have 5 or 10 minutes to offer a few moments at this 75th anniversary of NATO, and I will start off with what I think is a very positive, upbeat assessment of where we are 75 years in to what may be the world's most formidable military alliance. And then I'll end with those issues that are out there that keep me up at night, that I think NATO has to grapple with moving forward. In terms of where we are at year 75, the fact that we're celebrating 75 is a big deal. Most alliances in history dissolve when the threat that created them disappears. But instead of dissolving at the end of the Cold War, NATO stayed together, it took on new missions, it expanded, it went out of area, it adapted its purposes, it remained or sort of transformed into an all-purpose vehicle for defending the collective interests and values of the North Atlantic democracies. And in many respects, it has enjoyed a revival, a renewal as a consequence of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, both 2014 and 2022. And I think it's safe to say that NATO today is more salient, more solid, more vigorous than it was even during the Cold War. And I think that's in part because the Cold War became normal. There was Ostpolitik, there were relations between NATO members and the Soviet Union. There was dialogue. Now I think there isn't a sense of normalcy. There is here in Europe, especially if you live in a frontline state like a Baltic country or Poland, there is an existential fear that wasn't there before, and that animates politics and strategy among NATO countries. And it has also led to a situation in which I think for the first time in NATO's history, Europe is pushing the United States. Right, Bob Kagan in 2003 or 4 or 5, after the US invasion of Iraq, said Americans are from Mars and Europeans are from Venus. You Europeans don't understand geopolitics. You've checked out of history. Well, who is it that's now asking for F-16s and attacks on Russian territory and tanks and more missiles? It's Europe that is pushing the United States. It's the United States that in some respects has been more cautious. That's new, that's different. We're now at a situation in which 2/3 of NATO members will be at or above the 2% benchmark on spending on GDP. That's very different than only a few years ago. We've been through a series of elections that we thought might crack the consensus. But apart from Orban in Hungary and now the new government in Slovakia, elections haven't really cracked the solidarity that emerged in February of 2022. We have a new government in the UK. I doubt their position on Ukraine is going to change. We will have a new leadership in the French National Assembly, maybe no leadership, but that election is unlikely to change France's course. Here in Italy, we had a government elected, and many people worried that Prime Minister Meloni was going to drift away on Ukraine. Far from it. She has been a solid participant in the coalition that emerged to help Ukraine defend itself. Trump could be reelected in a few short months. Do I think he's going to pull out of NATO? No. Why? Because Trump asks morning, noon, and night, what's in it for me? And when he asks, what's in it for me by dismantling the Western alliance, I think the answer is going to be not very much. He may try to get a deal with Putin on Ukraine. He may beat on Italy to spend more on defense. In fact, I'm sure he will. You can look forward to that if he wins. But I think that the changes, the revitalization that we've seen in the NATO alliance over the past couple of years is here to stay, at least as long as Putin is alive, and that could be quite some time. And in a Europe that has been geopolitically redivided, in a Europe in which there is now an 800+ mile border between NATO member Finland and Russia, I don't think we're going to see NATO lose the salience and the sense of urgency that it enjoys today. So that's all good news. I think this week in Washington there is a lot to celebrate and a lot to be proud of when it comes to the achievements that the alliance has. Three quick thoughts on the other side of the ledger. What do I worry about? What do I think NATO as a community of values and common interests is going to need to tackle in the coming months and near-term years? Number one, Ukraine. Right? Ukraine has been a remarkable success story. It is still standing. This really was a Goliath versus David story, and a country that is much smaller has been able to hold the line and is still in control of somewhere around 81% of its territory. My best guess is that when the fighting stops, historians will judge this to be an irreversible strategic defeat for Russia. And that's because, in my mind, Russia has lost Ukraine. Somebody will write a book called Who Lost Ukraine, and it will be a short book because it will be one page with the word Vladimir Putin on it, because he turned a divided, fractured country without a strong national identity into a country that wants nothing to do with Mother Russia. And it's hard for me to imagine that Ukraine will ever be reintegrated into some kind of Russian sphere of influence. How we get to that outcome, I think, remains unclear. And in my mind, NATO has a policy toward Ukraine, which is to give arms to Ukraine and give money to Ukraine and help it defend itself, but it doesn't have a strategy. And by that I mean it doesn't have a set of war aims that are in equilibrium with available means. And we continue to talk about Ukraine winning, about Ukraine launching an offensive next year, taking back Donbass, maybe taking back Crimea. It ain't going to happen. I think the best we can hope for is a Ukraine that is able to hold the line, to build defense in depth, to protect and rebuild the 81% of the country that is still under Kyiv's control. What are the chances that Ukraine, which is having difficulty getting more troops onto the battlefield, this mobilization order that just passed through the Ukrainian parliament, that they can put in the field the sources, the manpower needed to win, I think it's remote. And at some point in the not too distant future, we need to have an open conversation about how to realign our war aims with available means. And I think that ultimately means redefining success, not as defeating Russia and expelling Russian troops from every inch of Ukrainian territory, but ensuring that the Ukraine that is there today emerges as a successful, defensible, prosperous, liberal democracy. That's the best way to defeat Ukraine. And if we don't shift our aspirations, if we don't match our resources to our objectives, I do fear that we imperil Ukraine. Because ultimately, Putin wants either to defeat Ukraine or to subjugate Ukraine by turning it into a failed state. And if this war goes on for 10 years and thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of more Ukrainians die, and Russia keeps pummeling Ukraine's energy infrastructure, right? We're told now that 50% of the electrical grid is down. This is going to be a dark and cold winter for Ukrainians. Putin might succeed in turning it into a failed state. And that's why ultimately I think we need a strategy for defending the Ukraine that is still Ukraine and ensuring that emerges as a stable, defensible country for the long haul. Second issue, enlargement and Ukrainian membership. I fear that ever since 2008, when the NATO declaration at the Bucharest summit said that Georgia and Ukraine will be members of NATO, we just keep mumbling about it and moving forward, and we haven't really had a serious debate about whether it makes sense. And it seems to me that we are not going to war currently to stop the war in Ukraine, to defend Ukraine, because we have decided that we don't want to go to World War III over Ukraine. I think that's the right decision. But if President Biden and Prime Minister Meloni and Chancellor Schroeder and Emmanuel Macron have all decided that we're not going to World War III for Ukraine, then why do we want to extend a security commitment to Ukraine that would obligate us to go to World War III to defend it? So there are some very difficult questions about Ukrainian membership that we need to address honestly and openly. And I don't think it makes sense just to say, well, we said we're going to bring them in 2008, so we're just going to keep muddling along down that road. My final comment, this is off script, I guess you might say, in that it really has nothing to do with NATO's bread and butter. It has nothing to do with aircraft carriers and military strategy and defense spending. But I am much more worried about the internal threat to Western democracy than I am about the external threat, right? I lie awake at night worrying not about Vladimir Putin, but about Donald Trump. I watched that debate last week between President Biden and Donald Trump and was crying. I mean, this is a political emergency. And I fear that on both sides of the Atlantic, our political centers are on life support. And we see these elections take place, and one of them comes out to the far right or the far left, and the other one, well, maybe this political center is going to come back. But the trend line is not good. And I feel a little bit like we're focusing all this energy on Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin on defending Ukraine, on Gaza, and that's all as it should be, because these are very serious security threats. But I also think that we do ourselves no favor by not addressing more frontally the internal threat posed by a liberal populism. Because if our political centers continue to erode, and if the liberal populists take power, a liberal populace on both sides of the Atlantic, we in a heap of trouble. So quite honestly, and this will be my last point, if Joe Biden called me tonight and said, any last minute thoughts on the agenda for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week? I'd say, yeah, let me just add a few. Number one, what are our workers going to do in the next 10 years to earn a living wage? What are Americans who used to work at General Motors and make $32 an hour, and they're now working at Walmart and Amazon for $12 an hour, and they can't feed their family? What are we going to do about that? What are we going to do about immigration? Because many Americans feel that we've lost control of our borders. And to some extent we have, which is why Biden did something that he never thought he would do, which is issue an executive order to shut down the border whenever you have more than, I think, I can't remember the number, come across in any given time frame. Number three, we need to regulate social media and figure out what AI is going to do to our populations, because so far they've done more harm than good. This is not what you normally discuss at a NATO summit, but I do think that given that NATO is about the defense of the liberal democratic world, we have no choice but to address these defining issues, because the threat from within, for now, is more grave and more urgent than the threat from outside. I will stop there.
I couldn't agree more. And it's years that I have the same thoughts. And I think that NATO has a direct interest in artificial intelligence. As you know, we have a quote-unquote brand new division at the headquarters, which is innovation, hybrid, and cyber. And one of the things that is urgent to do is to start discussing on a treaty on military uses of AI with major interested parties, including Russia and China, now. Because these things are quick, and time is running very fast, and they are not controlled by governments. So it's really, something serious. And the internal threat, yes, because the social structure has gone in the US and in many European countries. So I understand perfectly well why the two presidential candidates are so interested in reconstructing the United States, each one in, his own way. Now I'm very pleased to introduce you with the last speaker of this long half day. It's Honorable Giulio Tremonti. He is the chairman of the Italian Committee on European Community Affairs. And he's somebody who has not only had governmental positions, which is easy, but somebody who has continued to think despite, the chaotic way Italian politics function. So it is my great pleasure to introduce you, Honorable Giulio Tremonti. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Train has left the station and no one can stop it. There are only 3 or 4 months to go, perhaps less before the catastrophe. This was said a few days ago to a Swiss weekly, Die Woche, by the Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić. Talking about trains on April 15 of this year, the press learned that an accord has been signed between Leonardo Military Industry and the Italian railway network. An accord regarding military mobility. Trains departing from 2 different stations. The Russian station is people with dystopian despots who believe that their future lies in their own past and in our present. The European station was until yesterday peopled with sleepwalking globalists and with tourists of history. The European Union has only just realized the risk. But let me start from the first station. Hitler's Mein Kampf enjoyed a wide diffusion, but was seriously considered until it was too late. Putin's Mein Kampf was published in the Financial Times a few years ago, and time has now come to take it seriously. Putin tells that Russia's future lies in the past, a past consisting of the Russian history, soul, traditions, and borders, borders that are now European borders. On June 14 this year, Putin said it's evident that the entire system of Euro-Atlantic security is crumbling before our eyes. And consequently, we need a vision for the Eurasian continent for the future. We don't know whether Putin has read George Orwell, 1984, or not. More probably that Putin has read Dostoevsky, Demos. But anyway, in Orwell 1984, the book says that Eurasia is the Northern Asia, the continental Europe, Turkey, and Central Asia. Eurasia will be one of the three different superpowers, Eurasia, Oceania, and Eurasia, fighting with one another to dominate the world. In a scenario of this kind, even if the war in Ukraine were to come to an end, Korean style, it's probable that Putin insists on the war, on the aggression, in other way and in other places. Consequently, as a vital option, Europe must change its policy. Some reports have been written now concerning the European future, starting from the economic side, starting from the market. Today, and for present time and for the future, the right side of history for Europe is not the economic one, but only the political side. European policy until today was a policy based on slow progressive enlargement from west to east. Today, however, Russia is working on its own enlargement, albeit an enlargement in the opposite side, from east to west. So, for the European Union, it's not longer time to be working on the old style enlargement. What's necessary for Europe is union, total union, from north to south, from west to east. Union means all in, consequently postponing for all new member states the so-called European national homework. It's not easy to do this, but it is absolutely necessary. If we continue with the gradual, benign, paternalistic, hostile enlargement, it would be too easy for Russia to introduce elements of division, of competition, of delusion between member states, as some brought on board, others remaining on the waiting list. This approach could be, this phenomena could be dramatic in the Balkans. Balkans, we produce more history than they can consume locally, and so they export it. Churchill and Sarajevo. Obviously, all in requires a change in the constitutional structure of Europe. The adoption requires the adoption of a new voting system that will obviously cancel the present veto system. Not only the constitutional structure, also the political software needs to change, respecting traditions in the East, traditions that are not yet in line with the perfect democratic modernity of the West. This is a time when union is of greater value than the perfection. In his address at Budapest University, looking at the Danube River, Pope Francis spoke of bridges as a symbol of the necessary union of the European cultures. It is for all these reasons that it is both necessary and possible today, more than ever before, necessary and possible for the new Europe to become, once again, as it has been in the past, the master of its own destiny rather than a victim of a catastrophic scenario. Thank you very much.
My dear friends, this is the end of the session. I hope you have enjoyed a full afternoon on the 8th of July. So it's an important endeavor. I thank you for your presence here. I think it has been an interesting discussion with so many points. We should need much more time when we discuss these things because there are so many important issues that we are not able to grasp completely. As Ahmad was saying before, we can't speak about the war in Gaza in 5 minutes, This is much more than that. Anyway, thank you very much. It has been a very interesting day. I thank you. Grazie mille.